Well, hello, everybody. I'm back. Let's get this night going. Wow, y'all, what did you think about today? Oh my gosh. And I've got some exciting news for you. In a minute, Lawn Lumber is going to start his live, and he's letting me interpret it live. So we're going to be streaming Lawn Lumber's live at the same time he is, because I have some deaf friends that wanted me to interpret. And I have a guest interpreter. She's a student, her third year, and she is going to assist me. Yay! Oh my gosh, I didn't even tell my mods. I haven't told anybody. I don't care. It's okay. Mods, you're off. You're off today. Hi, Toxic. Wait. I'm deliriously tired. So we literally are waiting for this surprise stream. Hello. Welcome. I am excited to be having not only for Rob to allow me to come on, fan. Thank you. For Lawn Lumber to allow me to do this, but also yeah. But I can't wait for him to hop on and let's get going. And I have a young lady who's going to be joining me. So we're going to get some interpreting done tonight. This is part of what I want for my channel, is to make other people accessible to the deaf community, not just me. Let me explain something before we get going, okay? I grew up hearing. I became deaf as an adult. I went to college. I have a degree in deaf support specialist and interpreting. Oh my gosh, he's live. There he is. Let me get the sound on and
I have been having a delightful conversation for the past 30 minutes. 30 minutes. And and then Rob got a call from Mischief going, "Hey, did you die?" And he's like, "What do you mean? I'm streaming." And then we just looked and we went, "Oh, we are not streaming. We
Nope.
We have a bunch of people who are wondering, like, what the hell?" And yeah, that that is all us. That is we are not necessarily good at this.
Did the whole intro and everything. Did the welcome. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope you guys had a great week. Wonderful, all of the above. I mean, here's the thing. I even showed Ian. I was saying I took a week off and it was great. I took a week off and I'm pull these back up because now we're 30 minutes in. We're not 30 minutes in. We have just started. I took a whole week off and I was lamenting that, oh my gosh, I missed so much. And in missing so much, and by the way, Mischief just called back to gloat. Missing so much that
I mean, Mischief was objectively correct on this one.
I'm not going to blame her, folks. This is
where I'm not blaming her. I'm saying she's got an "I told you so."
That's what I mean.
Like queued up
till the end of time. She has this because I was explaining how I was off this week and how this was the scenery and this was why I took off this entire time. My gosh, there was a whole dialogue that we had about how beautiful the Pacific Northwest is and how Mischief and I took the mini Mischiefs up here for the first time and they'd never seen it. And it was gorgeous and wonderful. And wouldn't you take time off if you had the chance to look at that sunset? Yes, Laura, 30 minutes of talking to Ian, which was great catching up. But
this is the other thing. You both ignored the chat for 30 minutes. No. We responded to people in chat.
We were.
In the background, we were like, Oh yeah, and so makes a good
This
point, and
was so awesome. So 30 minutes of content that we were just talking to each other. Well, shall we start again? I think we should. My God. All right. So this week ended. It's just the entire week was nuts.
it was wild.
Did you have this on your bingo card?
Mm-mm.
No, not a chance.
I mean,
I had a little bit.
I'll clarify. I had them making additional renewed applications to dismiss on my bingo card. I had that they would keep trying on my bingo card. I didn't have them succeeding on my bingo card, and I didn't have the reason why on my bingo card. Like that, that was unexpected.
Yeah. So the way I started the stream in my head and with Ian was that I had a whole week planned. I had the whole stream planned. I had the idea that I was going to go through a Baldwin update because that was where we're going to be. And then we're going to go through YSL, and that maybe I might get the Clayton Eckerd stuff. And then all of a sudden today happened. And today was just, I mean, there are fireworks and there are explosions that are of a far more significant proportion. And this was in the realm of,
This
oh my
was a
God,
nuclear strike.
what happened?
This was like you look outside your window and you see the mushroom cloud in the distance, and you're like, "Oh, this is gonna suck in a minute."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I had previously relayed that monetization is already out the window because we're talking about Baldwin first, and there's going to be a whole lot of profanity. Ian said, but they didn't say that C word, and I said, but they said another C word, and I was asking the chat, please don't say the other C word because you won't be able to because it's probably going to be blocked. Recapping the recap. We talked about how the case, and as far as points are concerned, how I gauge points in a trial that's ongoing. When the prosecution is presenting their case, I measure the prosecution as having the opportunity to present their case. Therefore, every hole the defense can poke in that prosecution's case during the prosecution's time is defense going up on points. And I thought the defense was kind of up on points a little bit until the end of yesterday, where the defense kind of just misread the judge's order. When the defense basically
That was
thought
not a great move for the defense.
No. To give a brief recap of how yesterday ended in the Baldwin trial. Yesterday in the Baldwin trial ended with a back and forth dialogue. Well, it was just after lunch, but realistically, there wasn't a whole lot after lunch that was significant except for this motions argument. After lunch, they returned and they had a dialogue over what was going to be played from Alec Baldwin's interview. And the defense was saying none of this can be played because, Judge, you ruled previously in a motion in limine, a motion to exclude, you ruled that the defense could not put forth this testimony from, or not testimony, this interview from Baldwin to show his pre or post event disposition or demeanor.
And the judge said, wait a minute, I actually just ruled on pre-event demeanor, not post.
Also, the judge only ruled on the expert that was going to be called by the prosecution, could not opine on someone else's demeanor.
Yeah.
Or what they knew or should have known. So the defense got completely gobsmacked and hit upside the head. And I thought that going into today, the prosecution had scored some big points and we would see the video of the interview today.
Yeah, I was expecting that. That's like literally in my watch me, come join me. We're going to watch the video today. See how that goes. That didn't happen. Like that's happened 0%. I ended up lying to people by accident.
KC Cat, I shredded my bingo card twice, then burned it. F bingo. With today and how it happened, kind of. And you know what?
I mean, we love bingo. Bingo's a fun game, but
what's interesting about this is there's no better. Well, in court, one, I don't understand why people don't find courtroom theater interesting. because I have made the comment before, the courtroom is a theater.
I don't know who doesn't find courtroom theater interesting, at least not in this chat.
No. The courtroom is a theater, and today was perhaps one of the best theatrical performances we could have seen from every character in the courtroom. Good or bad? I mean, you had good guys, bad guys, everyone. Michelle says, I was at the trial in support of Helena's family who could not attend. I was on set with Hannah Gutierrez Reed, and she has been held accountable for reckless behavior causing Helena's death. Alec got off. It's sad. And I asked the question in the chat. I did as a poll. So let me see what the results of the poll are. The poll was, did the withholding of evidence in Baldwin's case warrant the sanction of dismissal with prejudice? And the options were, yes, absolutely, yes, but I'm conflicted on fairness. No, the case should have gone forward. And I'm only here for the spicy commentary. So I'll give you guys another minute to vote. There's 3,000 votes here. And
I know how I'm voting, but it may be the unpopular take.
No, I'm betting, and this is also why I think today is important to talk about this. Because this is where we get to provide context that a lot of media pundits don't. So for those of you who are watching, there's 3,600 of you right now, and there's only 3,200 votes, so you have some time. I'm going to end the poll in about a minute. Go ahead and vote in that poll, and if you have not yet hit the like button or hit the subscribe button, please do so. I'm always reminded to hit like and subscribe. Apparently, when I say the word subscribe now, the subscribe button will do something. I don't know. YouTube is doing YouTube stuff. So before we get into today, I had this case going a whole different way.
Did you think that maybe, do you think that, what's his name, sent Morrissey an email after this that just says something along the lines of neener?
I don't know. If you're talking about Spyro, so Spyro,
I think he's petty. I think he's petty. I think he's got all the petty, and you know what? He earned it today.
We'll get to that, because you see at the very beginning, and you made a very astute call this morning, very early on, because I was able to catch the early morning part when I was going into court, watching your coverage, and then after court, I got out, watched a little bit more, and then realized that a whole lot happened. I switched over to Court TV because I had to play 2X to catch up, because the commentary is great. I love it, but I want to make sure I know that information. The observation you made at the beginning of the day was that the smartest thing the defense did was to not allow Spyro to make that motion argument. Nikos made it, right? At the beginning of the day?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where I want to start.
Also, you know how much this trial has been taking out of me doing things? I'm eating a salad.
What? Is there meat in the salad?
There's no meat in the salad. It is just a salad.
Let's swoop and go straight to the beginning of today. Actually, we'll do intro and straight to beginning of today. All right, now that we're all appropriately situated with our cocktails and our popcorn
and salad,
and some of a salad, and after the unfortunate glitch that I'm still trying to recover from of doing 30 minutes of live stream without live streaming. Oh, that's so bad. I will get over that at some point in time. Someday.
I was gonna say one day we'll be okay.
Someday. But let's get into where today started in the Baldwin case. How things started versus how things ended. Start of the day. Now, the attorney that's standing is Spyro. The attorney, the hair shorn, bald individual over here on the left, that is attorney Nikas. The attorney that looking like they're
It
about
might
to
be
throw,
hard to see him, but he is under that giant glow
yes,
that is coming off of his head.
yeah. And the attorney that looks like they're about to throw a dart at a dartboard, that is Carrie Morrissey. One of the observations I made towards the beginning of the trial was, look, there is no attorney that I would more hate to litigate against than Carrie Morrissey. On the flip side, there is
that
no
still
attorney.
true?
I would still hate it, man. She makes you work for it, like worse than any. She got under Spyro would lose. He lost composure in every cross examination when she started objecting.
He lost his mind over all of that stuff.
And he is a damn good attorney, but she found a way to get under his skin. So there's no attorney that I would hate to go against more than Carrie Morrissey in this setting. There's also no attorney that I wouldn't want in my, I mean, how the day ended aside, if I have someone swinging for me,
you can't just how the day ended aside.
I still want Carrie Morrissey.
Oh, I mean, she is actually a really good lawyer. I know it doesn't feel like it from, sort of what went down, but seriously.
And I will agree. She is obnoxious. She is loud. She yells. She's rude. She interrupts. She throws people off their game.
And she's got some negative qualities.
If you want someone in your corner who is going to pull out all stops, and I know people cannot stand her. I understand that. That is not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the person who will go out there and literally fight to the death for their position and never. I mean, here's the thing. I don't really want to, if I'm a criminal defendant ever, and I'll make a point kind of more clearly towards the end. Ian and I will often talk about how we have this high view of prosecutors and how they are the ethical individuals that bring justice, right? We're going to see how that might happen.
Who's this we?
No, I mean, sorry. We will talk about how people in general have this view of prosecutors and how you and I oftentimes try to dissuade people from this impression that prosecutors, they're attorneys, and when they place their win record higher than the ultimate goal of finding justice, they make compromises where they shouldn't. And they put themselves in the case and they make decisions where they really shouldn't make. But call me controversial for saying this. The defendant is the only person entitled to a fair trial.
No, I agree. I mean, the prosecution is entitled to procedural fairness, but not fairness in the way that we say to defense.
Correct. So if I want a dog, and I mean DAWG, in my corner that's going to pull out every stop, her style is pretty freaking effective. She takes a lawyer like Spyro and has him spinning in his words, throws him completely off his game. And a lot of people are going to hate me for that. good lawyers, bad lawyers. There's ethical lawyers, unethical lawyers. There's lawyers that just dance the line wherever they can. Morrissey, I don't know. My judgment is out.
So,
I mean, zealous
you
advocacy.
want to know the thing I'm thinking about Morrissey right now?
Hmm.
I'm thinking she might have actually done society a solid.
By
And
showing
here's
us?
why.
By showing us?
Because what she absolutely could have done, I believe her when she says that she didn't know that that collection of ammunition included one that matched. I believe her when she says that. I think that she still screwed up by not disclosing that. She still screwed up. Even if she thought it was irrelevant, she should have disclosed it.
Exactly.
But here is the wrinkle I'm going to apply to this, which is I think a lot of lawyers would have been very inclined to just quietly kill it. And she didn't. And here's the thing is everyone's saying, oh, I don't think that she, I think she was engaged in intentional misconduct. If she was engaged in intentional misconduct, I absolutely think she would have just gotten up and said, we invite dismissal.
Yep.
And none of us would have heard any of this stuff. None of us would have heard any of this stuff. We wouldn't have heard this. Instead, she forced the court and the public to hear that Popple lied. She forced the court and the public to hear that Hancock lied.
Yep.
And she forced the public to hear that at best she screwed up. And lots of you are of the view that she lied. And that's fine. But the only reason why you get to consider that and why you get to be like, oh, that might be what's going on is because she put that out and onto the public record. And so she let you guys see it. I actually think she did kind of a solid in that respect. And I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, Runkle, I see somebody saying, Runkle, you're naive. I think that as a defense lawyer, she was like, these cops fucked me on this prosecution. And the world deserves to know that they tried to hide what they were doing. I have some regard for that. I've got some
one caveat. She looked the other way.
Except she says that she only knew about that bullet today.
At some point, and this is Hancock, and this is you weighing Hancock versus Morrissey. Don't worry, guys. You know what? Let's get to this. Let's get to the actual substance of the actual testimony. Because
we would never have heard any of this shit if she didn't.
No. What you are about to see in what we're covering right now is something that nobody in the public ever gets to see. Ever. It's something that lawyers live with on a daily basis. People think this stuff happens only in this trial. No. These types of dialogues, these types of discussions, these types of accusations happen in every criminal prosecution, civil case, divorce case. I don't care what case. This type of conduct is stuff that we see every single day, but it is never publicly shown. So we talk about tactics by prosecutors and how they decide that something isn't Brady material and just don't turn it over. And then you have the argument later and the judge just goes, I'm going to take on good faith. No. And that the judge stepped up today. Holy crap, did Judge Summers step up today?
Oh, I mean,
she was like, I am the bench. I am the law. I am going to make sure the administration of justice is carried out. And I'm going to hear all of this.
The other thing is that Morrissey knew what the result was and basically told the court what the result needed to be. When she gets up and after all of that, when she makes no submissions,
she knows.
She had She had no argument afterwards. When she gets up and says, "I have no argument for why this should not be dismissed," you know that means
the
it's
exact minute. I'll tell you the exact minute she knows. After rewatching, I think I have it predicted. But you're right. I think you're 100% right. I have to call this one out. Tiffany Zabranik, Google Maps controversy has re-entered the chat. I tagged you both on X, the latest, stirring the pot. Tiffany,
I'm here for it.
Why? We have enough to talk about tonight. 2, we're gonna revisit that one. Thank you for this very, very, very generous super chat. I will take a look at that. Tiffany, if you want to email me too, lawandlumber@gmail.com, just to make sure I see it, please. I get a lot of tags and I can't look at all of them. So here's where I want to start. I want to start with the best decision the defense made of the day. And it is this.
That somebody sent to my office, and I'll come up to the lectern if that's okay.
Yes, I would think you would argue at the lectern.
Well, this is just a side issue that I've asked Mr. Nichols to address the court on the motion.
Okay.
This is just a quick, and if it takes out of our time, it does. But I get many sort of inbound emails that I don't obviously read everyone or take everyone seriously, but I got one last night that indicated that the cameras are catching Miss Morrissey signaling witnesses while they're on the witness stand. And
I don't think this was going to go anywhere.
Did you look to see if that was true?
I was sent a photograph that concerned me, and I felt obligated. And like I said to the court, I try to not make these issues. This is a high pressure case. I've been in many. There have been more issues in this case than I have ever seen in all of those cases combined. And so I'm sort of at a loss, but to bring it to the court's attention. So
I thought this was a little bit
print me the photograph that was sent to me.
So we're going to see a very, 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 very big distinction between Nikos and Spyro.
Yeah, and
Spyro
Nikos does better.
Yeah, Spyro he's a storyteller.
I would not make this allegation without having like reviewed the video myself and confirming that it is true. Like, come on. You know the court's not going to accept it just based on like, oh yeah, I heard from somebody online. No, you have to do the homework.
I actually was reminded. So AdaKay, I was approached earlier that AdaKay is doing. I haven't checked this out directly yet, but AdaKay is. There we go. Lady Drake, thank you. For those of you who are hard of hearing, AdaKay is offered to translate FNF in ASL. If you'd like to watch, here's the link. So honestly, that's one of the coolest things I've ever had someone approach me to say they would be willing to do. So let me go ahead and make sure I can tag that. Give me 1 second. Because we've had a lot of people that have asked, some of us are hearing impaired, can you please put on closed captions? Sometimes we have them, sometimes we don't. And we don't have them for us. So if you want to check that out, please do. I gave her permission to restream this stream and do translation to the extent that she wishes to, and to the extent that we make coherent statements. But yeah, so Spyro is a bit hyperbolic, just like Carrie Morrissey.
Like,
they match
everything
energy.
He says is like everything is the worst thing ever. It's always, and it makes it hard to take him seriously after a certain point when he's like, oh yeah, this is the worst thing ever. It's like, you said that like 17 times. You said that about like lunch being late, man. Like,
and you can almost feel the judge's eyes rolling.
Oh, I mean, it absolutely does. So sometimes I think good points that he was making get lost because he delivers it like it is, you know, it's World War III. And it's like, no, you could get a remedy on this, but maybe you don't need to spin it like this is the this is the apocalypse. It's
Yep. So let's see him turn the gavel over to Nikos and see what Nikos does.
Nikos does a great job.
I can't just continue to give the benefit of the doubt on every single thing.
You've never given the benefit of the doubt.
And so
not ever
turning that into the court. And I would just say, at every turn of this, right, it's from the original.
Nope.
Case, it was,
he's never given the benefit of the doubt.
Wait, hang on.
Hutchins. We heard about
On this. All right, go ahead. Book a moment. I need.
on this, but I think it'd be helpful.
Hang on. Sorry.
Brady disclosures, and I could keep going, and I'm not going to because we've limited time. But there's just never been any. It's just I don't know how much of it can happen with it.
Let's do this. Where's the picture?
I'm having somebody print it.
Okay. All right. I am aware of what you're saying, but look, first I have to see the picture. Okay. Now let's go to the arguments of this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then
She's like, can we go to the good arguments, please?
And I did.
She's like, you probably got a good remedy here, but
Since we
Side note. Wait, hang on.
submit the written briefing, I will try to be brief, but I think it'd be helpful to build out some of the facts so Your Honor has the chronology of how this happened and has the factual pieces to understand the severity of what's happened.
Okay.
I wanted to not pause on Baldwin and also wanted to address this. I would love to argue in front of Judge Summers. Love, because she tells you where she is with it. She gives you a very clear indication, and her tone is not to be mistaken. Like, it is very clear, counsel, this is what I'm focused on. And if you want to go somewhere elsewhere, you better do something real stark to get me there. So,
and she's
Summers,
like straight up told people, like, this is the issue that you need to convince me on. So here's your shot.
Yep. So Summers,
she's a good judge.
I love her temperament. So Nikos, let's listen to how he argues versus Spyro.
So on November 1st, 2021, shortly after the Rust incident, Seth Kenny's on the,
Just one moment. I need Faith to get me my notebook.
of course,
My notebook. I brought it up yesterday. Might even be in my computer bag. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll take notes on this. All right, go ahead.
may I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
She's like, I found a
So
napkin.
November
We're good.
1st, 2021, Seth Kenny is on a phone call with
All right, hang on. I have to do the weirdest thing ever.
The weirdest thing ever?
No, I have to do Inception moment. Hang on. Let me fix this. Fix. Share stream. This is a continued shout out to AdaKay, who is right now,
cool.
I believe, mute that, currently, let's get jump to live. She's currently translating for those hearing impaired individuals what I'm saying and what you're saying. So, ladies, if you wouldn't mind waving and just saying hi.
I feel like we are not easy to translate
Probably not.
or to interpret.
Now it's like triple Inception. See, there they are waving.
This is really cool.
It's probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen. It's awesome. That is all right. So that made my day, like, entirely.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Like 100% wholeheartedly made my day. Guys, go check out that channel and go subscribe to the channel. Give some love over there, please. That is the coolest thing And that is done out of like just love for all of you guys in the chat. That's all of you guys. They want to make sure you hear the commentary and can enjoy it and can experience it. Yeah. Sorry.
Did you just say hear the commentary about the deaf
Yeah,
community?
because they hear it when they're reading it. It's the same concept. It's speaking in sign language. How does one? They don't. Yes, it's reading sign language. Come on.
I'm just teasing, but it's funny.
I know. It's so fucking cool. That's so cool.
It is.
The channel name is pinned to the top of the chat. If it's not, end the poll. Oh, so 63% of you guys are saying yes, absolutely. That was the fair disposition. 6% said no, the case should have gone forward.
I'm kind of surprised at the numbers because I was expecting it to be very much in favor of, ignore the rights issues.
I thought so too, but honestly, the more they saw of it, I think it was more critical. Mama Bets, I see your chat. I'll bring it up in a minute. All right. So
chat, you have the right idea.
Yep.
But chat is generally good people, so we knew that was coming.
Hancock. At that point, we've heard about Seth Kenny's involvement in this, his effort to pry into what's going on with the prop card and the bullets. And so on that phone call, he's telling Corporal Hancock, then Detective Hancock, that he believes he knows where the live bullet came from. He dials in a guy named Teskey, who we heard about yesterday in testimony. Teskey gets on the line and Seth says, tell Detective Hancock what you know. And he says, well, Fel Reed dropped off a batch of live ammunition at my business because I have a safer place to store it. And after that, Fel shows up, grabs some of the live ammunition and leaves some behind. And that's what I know. And Seth says, well, that could be from the same batch that killed Helena Hutchins. Could be a match. He says, and it's Del Reed and it's Hannah Gutierrez Reed. That's the one who's responsible here, pushing it off on Gutierrez Reed as the source of the live ammunition, just as the state has done in this case. He says, thank you very much. He gets off the phone. Fel says, I am, Teskey says, I'll take a picture. Not in front of my computer, not in front of my ammunition. I'll send it in an hour. He sends a picture of 4 bullets. Ms. Morrissey is going to hold that up to you and say, these are the 4 bullets you knew about this. That was from 2021. Detective Hancock does not preserve the other live ammunition that's at Teskey's property, even though he told her this could be from the live ammunition batch that matches the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. 2 years later, November 2nd, 2023, there's a PTI of Teskey. Ms. Morrissey's asking questions.
Side note, already, how much more effective is this?
Oh, the thing is, Spyro does some great crosses. I will give him that. He's done some, but like on submissions, he comes off like he's a crazy person. And Nikas comes off like he is the voice of reason in the room. And that is where you want to be. Ultimately, you want the court to believe that you are someone who will help the court come to good decisions.
Yes.
Right? That you are a helper, like you are a helpful figure in the court's search for truth, but also in the court's search for not getting like overturned on appeal. And so if you come off like a crazy person, then the court will just decide that you're right, that you are a crazy person, and that you just end up tanking your case that way. Nikas, on the other hand, like he knows he's got aces and he's playing them like they're a pair of 7s because he knows the court is going to realize they're aces, right? He knows that the court's like, so he doesn't need to be sitting there going, I got aces, court. I got aces. Whereas the other thing, the flip side of this is that we've been seeing, Spiro, who in these things, when he's got a pair of 10s, he likes to play it like, you know, not only is it aces, but it's like aces and like, you know, it's aces plus like, you know, Angelina Jolie's phone number on them, right? Like that's sort of how he likes to play things. And you're just like, seriously, dude? No, that is not, those aren't the cards you're holding. And I just, I like Nikas's style so much better. Young lawyers do this.
Especially with a judge like Summers. Summers has told the attorneys over and over and over again, eliminate the hyperbole. Give me the facts.
I don't want to hear this. Like,
yeah, she knows what you're going to say. She knows it's going to be the most egregious thing. The egregious thing, that doesn't help her make the decision. Yeah. What helps her make the decision is what Nikas is saying now. Nikas is giving you word for word, just in a very measured explanation. He is explaining why, 6 hours from now, the judge is going to dismiss this case.
Yep.
Every single thing this man is saying right now gets proven out by the evidence. And he doesn't.
And that's the other thing. He doesn't have to bullshit about what he's got. Right? He just tells the court, this is what we have. And it's so much better. I really like this guy.
And you know what, Mr. Nikas, I apologize to you, sir. I apologize from the bottom of my heart, because when you first started coming out in the Baldwin case as the PR attorney, I was going, why are you making public statements? And I questioned your judgment. I still do in that regard, but seeing you here in court.
Oh, I mean, he's good. I hope he's adding to his billing rate.
Yeah.
Because
you earn this. So,
and frankly, I hope Baldwin is like, you know what, we are we're going to we're gonna like throw in a little extra. So,
and you know what? This composure, because I was also critical of Nikas because I didn't think he had trial experience. This composure tells me there's a lot of trial experience. There's no way you make this argument this calmly, this setting, in this trial, if you haven't done it a bunch.
Oh, it's smooth. Like he's not, anxious or nervous. He's not, one of the things that would be really hard for something like this is he's not overly excited.
Yep.
Because a lot of people right now, the first time you get something like this, you're going to be like, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. And, he's just like, nope, we're just going to do this real calmly.
Yep. And you know what? Morrissey, to her credit, watch what she does in response. I was actually pretty impressed by this too. So Nikas, let's let him finish his argument. We'll get to Morrissey, and then we'll get to the some of the back and forth from today that was the most significant.
And she starts probing further into the live ammunition that Teskey had previously said was given to him by Thelreed. And she says, do you still have some of that ammunition? He says, well, some of it, but I've been out shooting it over the last 2 years because Detective Hancock did not preserve it over that time period. Miss Morrissey probes further. Where'd it come from? Tell me your story. He says, well, Fell dropped it off. He then picked some up, and he went with Seth Kenney to the 1883 Yellowstone movie, where he was teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. He then went to another movie with Seth Kenney, teaching people how to shoot with that live ammunition. And Seth Kenney then took a green ammo can with that live ammunition in it and brought it home with him. He says that could be the live ammunition from that green ammo can that killed Helena Hutchins. Miss Morrissey says, I want you to preserve that. And do you think there's any evidence that this was sabotage? And he says, well, actually, Seth Kenney called me while Rust was shooting, telling me he wanted to get Hannah Gutierrez Reed fired, but he didn't know how to do it because he was concerned about upsetting Fel Reed, significant armor in the business, as Your Honor knows.
I don't think
And
that
so
this.
he says, I don't have evidence that there was sabotage, but that's what I know, and I still have this ammunition.
I mean, they'd be entitled to argue it, though.
As we know, Sarah Zachary, the one who threw the live bullets away, we don't know, live or not, threw bullets away after the incident on Rust, admitted that. Was on set.
Also, you know how hard that is to stop mid-argument, pause, and like wait for the judge to get a notepad and then
Yeah.
just resume. Good on you, sir. Well done.
Texting with Seth Kenny, angry with Hannah. On the license, excuse me, the ATF report for the Pieta that was involved in this accident, she was on set. They were close. We know that. And so Ms. Morrissey says, you hold on to that evidence and I'll come get it, in essence. She never does. November 2023. Fast forward to March 6, 2024. The end of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. Teskey's in Santa Fe. Sees what happens, shows up at the sheriff's office, as we heard from Ms. Popple, and delivers that live ammunition that Hancock had not preserved, that Ms. Morrissey had not collected, that he believed could be from the same batch, from that same green ammo can that we care about, that matched the bullet that killed Helena Hutchins. We heard, Your Honor, what Ms. Popple did with it. They buried it. I'd like to say charitably that it was under the pile of the 5501 information that they didn't disclose, but that's even too charitable because they put it under a different case with a different number. We asked March 26th, we want.
Now you're allowed to inject a little hyperbole.
And it's very like
Subtle.
this is him
It's like
basically saying, I have the aces. This is where he's laying out the aces, but he's still playing. And he's like, you know, he's like, I may have some cards here. Are these good? Right? Are these good? You know,
I would like to say that it was just, and it's subtle and it's quiet. It's not made with a big voice or a big loud, because this judge doesn't respond to that. Like, you can run over her. You can run over this judge in trial testimony, like both attorneys, Spiro and Morrissey, have shown. But in motions arguments, she responds to this.
Yeah, no, she just wants calm, quiet delivery, and he knows it. And he's like, I will give you what you want, Judge.
Oh, so cool.
All of the ammunition from the Rust set that you've collected. April 16th, we show up for that viewing. We want all the live ammunition from the Rust set that you collected. It's not there. After Teskey had turned it in, after.
Now I see why Morrissey got her hair up.
Yep. Oh, I mean, he
because this argument, his request was everything that you found at the Rust set, we want it. And Morrissey's like, I'm going to give you that, but not a pound more, not a penny more. Oh.
Well, not just that, she gets really dandered up after Hancock basically says Morrissey is the one at fault here. And because Hancock basically tries to use Morrissey as defense for her, and Morrissey's like, nah, bro.
Okay. See, watching this again is informative.
Ms. Popple had created the report, the supplemental report she said she created when she took this in and did not disclose to us. It was not there. Now, Your Honor, we don't know if it's a live ammunition match or not. But what we do know is the state had it. It's disclosable under Giglio. It's disclosable under 5501. And there's a case on point, Your Honor, State versus Allison, where a criminal defendant had been charged with conspiracy, aggravated assault, dishonest related crimes, and he had an arrest record in the prosecution's possession. He had a statement and an arrest record. It was not disclosed under 5501. The criminal defendant shows up at trial and testifies. He's a great guy, honest, no criminal record. The prosecution whips out his arrest record and his statement, disclosable under 5501, which he never disclosed, and said not true. Court breaks. Defendant says, you didn't disclose that under 5501. And the prosecution says, who cares? He's up on the...
Pause there. Elizabeth Love, phenomenal point. My legal writing professor says if you feel the need to use an adverb or the adverb, you probably shouldn't use the adverb. Yes. And what you see on the screen right now is the exact reason why Judge Summers is locked in.
Nika's to like, and you lose her the instant you start getting into the hyperbole and the bullshit and so forth, right? But she right now, she's like, I'm here for this. Nikas today was
he won this case. He won this case.
Oh,
Had
absolutely.
This argument been made by Spyro, I think that it would not have been nearly as effective. I don't know that we would have gotten evidence on the issue.
No, I mean, he does something beautiful there.
And we the thing is, we call out the characters when they're big and boisterous and etc. But Nikas does something which is so beautiful, which is just deliver the facts as you know them and let the argument come where it does. Like, you don't have to make everything this big, massive conspiracy or these other things. Just lay it out. Get the judge following your logic. When they're there, that's when you make your argument. Look at Judge Summers. She's locked.
Stand lying. This would not have been favorable to him at all. And so, Judge, I want a continuance. Give them a continuance. That's their remedy. Come back tomorrow. I'll disclose everything. I'll make it all right. And then we'll continue. Trial court says, fine, I'll give you that continuance. Limited remedy. You'll have all the information. Do with it what you will. If it's negative, fine. If it's not, that's for you to use at trial. He's convicted. It gets appealed. It ends up in the Supreme Court of New Mexico. That decision was reversed. The continuance is not adequate in those circumstances. They're in the middle of trial. The defendant.
Baby nod by the judge. Baby nod by the judge. So here's the thing. Ian, you and I have argued in front of judges a lot. How many times are you arguing in front of a judge that's looking down at their notepad?
I mean, lots.
Or their computer.
Yep.
Or to their clerk.
Yep.
When you
it's not
have
the
them
ideal.
locked,
it's not where you want to be.
It's not. But when you have them like this is when you go into argument. Like when you have them locked.
Oh,
that's when you start making your argument. Oh, this is. I'm sorry. Spyro's good. Nikas won today.
I mean, I will give Spyro credit. His cross, he got a lot of really critical stuff out of the cross.
Huge.
But
he would not have gotten there if it weren't for this.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean, they would not have had the evidentiary hearing but for this. So.
Oh, it's so good. This is just trial nerd in me.
Would have done things differently. The defendant would have opened differently, would have asked questions differently. Too much about where the source, in this case, of the live bullet came in before this was presented at trial. The court said it doesn't matter if the defendant knew or should have known of it. What we're talking about here is not the defendant's knowledge, not whether it matches, not matches, not whether his criminal arrest record would have hurt him or not. We're talking about the conduct of the prosecution. And that's exactly what we're talking about here, Your Honor. We're talking about a prosecution that didn't preserve those bullets, that didn't collect them at all, that didn't turn them over, that we already have a 5501 culpability finding with respect to the last set of information. And Your Honor, the bottom line is we've got 501 violation, culpability. We don't need to show bad faith. We've got a Brady violation. We've got a Giglio violation. Now, this is critical evidence in the case that was never disclosed to us. We heard Ms. Morrissey say, I'm going to have Detective Hancock come in and testify. We could have Ms. Popple testify. They could say it doesn't match, et cetera, et cetera. It does not matter. It did not matter in Allison. We were entitled to it. Continuance is not a sufficient remedy. This case should be dismissed, Your Honor. This is over and over and over and over again. And Your Honor, you've given them a fair chance. You said, grand jury, as Mr. Spiro said, I'm going to give you a remedy on Trumbetta. I'm going to limit it. I'm going to give you your remedy.
Oh my God. That's why they close your argument, is to use the judge's own words. Oh my, this is amazing. This is so good.
Remedy. You've given them more than enough opportunities, Your Honor. This is not the first time. It's not the second time. It's not even the third time. It's time for this case to be dismissed, Your Honor. That's what Brady requires. That's what Giglio requires. That's what 501 requires. As Your Honor knows, we've got remedies in the alternative, but this is the one that's right for this moment.
I love that
Thank you
argument.
very much. Ms. Morrissey?
God, it was so freaking good. Do you know why they didn't need to make the arguments why they didn't need to make arguments at the end of the day? They didn't need to make the arguments at the end of the day because it was made at the beginning of the day. This was the foundation on which this judge went into this evidence and viewed everything from this moment forward.
Yep.
And now Morrissey changes tone a little bit. For a little bit.
She realizes she's in trouble.
She does. Watch her and how different her tone is in this argument than it is in anything we've seen prior in this week. All right, come on.
Of our obligations as prosecutors, I want to walk you through everything that has occurred in this regard, everything that these defense attorneys knew well before today, and everything that was also disclosed to Ms. Gutierrez's counsel.
No, not the wheel.
So what you can see from the transcript of Mr. Teskey's interview during the Gutierrez case prior to her trial.
All right, we're going to pause for a second because there was a question. What is a Giglio violation or a Brady violation? Brady violation is when the prosecutor comes into possession of exculpatory evidence or potentially exculpatory evidence and fails to disclose it. They have an affirmative obligation to disclose that information when they come into possession of that information. And what's worse, well, you cannot turn a blind eye to information that you believe might not be exculpatory. Like, you just can't say, I just don't think it's exculpatory. Well, if you do, you're, hang on, I'm catching myself here. A lot of prosecutors do. They do this assessment beforehand of what's exculpatory. And they say, it's not exculpatory, so I don't have to turn it over. And a lot of judges will let them get away with that. I don't like it. I hate it. In my view, the prosecution, if they come into information, they have to turn it over. I don't care whether they think it's exculpatory or not. If you have it, you give it to me.
I mean, I have had an instance where I asked for a particular piece of information and the prosecutor said that is completely irrelevant. And I sent him back an argument and I said, I think this is relevant. Here's how. And he sent me back something and he said, I think that this is bullshit. I don't think this is relevant, but I think you made an argument for relevance that I don't agree with. He's like, so I'm going to get it for you. Because he's like, so long as you can make the argument for relevance, I'm going to give it to you. The whisper of relevance should be enough.
Well, and it's more than that, because the Giglio violation goes beyond that. The Giglio violation is if, for example, if the prosecution has something in their possession that might be impeachment of one of their witnesses. If one of their witnesses is about to take the stand and the prosecution, for example, if a police officer in a case involving,
somebody said, what is a juggalo violation?
if a police officer in a case involving unlawful use of force, right? If that officer has prior reports or complaints for inappropriate use of force, those have to be turned over, not because it matters in this case, which would be Brady, but because it would serve to impeach that officer's credibility, which would be Giglio. So
the other thing is, like, sometimes you have evidence that would be like relevant for impeaching your own client's credibility, right? And that becomes a big deal because they have
to turn it over.
That's the thing. That was that's that case that was mentioned as
by Nikas.
Yeah, he's like, the only relevance to that issue was just that they could use it to contradict your argument, but you can't just sit there and hold stuff back and ambush people with it. And I mean, I'm like 100% there.
Yep. So Morrissey is about to explain. Well, Morrissey makes a distinction early on that I think is a fundamental misunderstanding of where she is. One, she says the defense counsel knew of this. And then she says,
but did you tell them?
And that's the distinction.
Like,
I don't care whether you think they knew of it. If you didn't tell them, you violated.
Is that Mr. Teskey is Thel Reed's close friend. And Mr. Teskey stores Mr. Reed's ammunition. And the reason that he stores it for Mr. Reed is because Mr. Reed lives in a single wide mobile home that doesn't have a lot of security. And because he's a professional armorer, he has a bunch of guns and ammunition.
Can we
Mr.
comment?
Teskey is a retired police officer.
Of course you can, my friend.
Can we comment on how Thel Reed, the legendary film armorer, with like a whole career of being the guy on all this stuff,
lives in
a single wide?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of disappointing, right? It's like, you would think he'd be living like at his mansion. Nope. I'm sure that he has trained people who, and yeah, he's trained people who will have made millions, and it sounds like he made thousands.
You know what, Sean? I saw you enter the chat, my friend, and I scrolled up, and I couldn't be more happy to see this, because this bears repeating. Sean, if this was a regular case, most judges would blow this off or exclude the information at most. Glad to see the judge do the right thing for once.
Yeah, I mean, just about all lawyers have had the experience of you find something that you are pretty sure is a bombshell violation.
Yep.
And what does the court do?
Gloss over.
Gee, that's too bad. Here's some remedy that isn't a remedy. We'll give you a remedy so that we can say we gave you something, but we don't want to get in the way of a conviction. Like that. Yeah.
At the end of the argument made by Nikas, my brain was of the mind that, well, they've got the argument, but can they put the information up, and is the judge going to entertain it? My hat goes off to this judge for doing the right damn thing and sending the jury home.
Oh,
The judge
absolutely.
goes, nope, jury's going home. We're going to hear this now.
Yep.
And Sean, potentially criminal, is right. I would hate to say a percentage, but I would say that it 75, 80% of the judges might go higher. I don't want to go on record with a number or a percentage. Let's say
He's
that
going on record
lot,
with a number. It is 12.
a lot would go forward.
Thing
and
is, I
not
think that this
do what
violation
Judge Summers did.
was so egregious that it was hard to argue any other result.
You couldn't, especially how it was laid out. And that's where I go back to Nikos.
Like, I just was like, well, it wasn't just Nikos, because it was Spiro's, when I got through, or, Spyro, or however it's pronounced, when I got through his cross, I was like, no, I don't see any other answer here. This is...
You mean of
like,
Popple?
Popple and Hancock.
Yeah, Popple.
I mean, quite frankly, this should have serious career implications for both of them.
Well, they're now on Brady lists. Well, they should be on Brady lists.
Are they on Brady lists? I don't think they are yet. They should be, but I don't think they are.
And by the way, Brady list is basically a list of every law enforcement or prosecutor that committed a Brady violation, so that is on their record going forward.
Well, or just other violations that need to be disclosed.
That, yes. Okay, let's go back to
Morrison. Not necessarily a Brady violation. It's any violation that has to be
Brady,
disclosed.
Giglio,
Under
a
Brady.
failure to disclose. It's something that you failed to you violated the tenets of Brady, Giglio, or other exculpatory.
I believe it's just anything that has to be disclosed under Brady. Perhaps Sean in the chat can, but it's like, if you, it's not necessarily that they violated Brady, I believe, assuming I'm not, off base here.
It is disclosure requirements. If you violate disclosure requirements, you go on that list.
Well, also just if you violate something that has to be disclosed.
I think that's the same thing.
No, because it's like also if you like punch a guy in the face. That's not a disclosure violation.
Okay. Yeah, no.
It's just that it has to be disclosed under Brady because it's
under Brady because it is yes.
So, you catch this officer and he he's disposing of dead bodies for the mob. And for some reason, they don't decide to fire him. It's like, oh, right. That is still something we would totally cross-examine on.
Yeah. All right. So we are 14 minutes into court, so we have to get moving.
Who has a whole bunch of security at his property. So Thel Reed has 300 rounds of live 45 caliber ammunition. And he and Seth Kinney are hired by the producers for the show 1883. Everything that I want you to know, Your Honor, everything that I'm telling the court.
Permission to go to 1.25. Granted.
I mean, it's your stream.
Mr. Bowles has this information, and these people have this information. So nothing I'm telling the court is new. So they get hired on this to do what's called a cowboy training on the set of 1883. So the cowboy training is where gun experts, that being Thel Reed and Seth Kinney, take the actors to shoot real guns with real ammunition so that they have a better idea of the recoil and how the gun is actually supposed to look and to help them with their acting techniques. In fact, the fact that production companies do this was actually something that Mr. Baldwin pointed out to Detective Hancock during his interview. He himself has done this with a production company. So when they're through with the cowboy training camp in Texas, they've got some rounds left over. And Seth Kinney says, I'm going to take these. and Del Reed lets him take them. So, and let me back up. When they originally went to the cowboy training camp in Texas, they didn't take all of Thel's ammunition. They took a certain amount of it, and Thel left some in Troy Teskey's garage. All of this ammunition came from the same place. This was all from basically the same batch of ammunition that Del Reed had, that he got from a manufacturer, from an ammunition manufacturer in Kingman, Arizona, named Joe Swanson.
Mhm.
So they take 300 of his rounds. They go do the cowboy training camp. Seth Kinney then takes the leftover rounds back to PDQ.
I'm getting news that the translation is not happening at 1.25. Here's the thing. Morrissey, you get her tone. That's not, I mean, the point is where we get here. Morrissey explains that the ammunition, while it was from the same batch, was in a different state and was not recovered from rust. And that because it was not recovered from rust, it's not connected to this particular incident. It couldn't be because, and I get her point here. Here's where I get her point. Her point is that it didn't matter about the ammunition in her mind because Alec Baldwin's conduct in manipulating the firearm was itself, whether there was or was not live munition in there, was itself conduct that would amount to that level of culpability if there were a munition in there. However, the point that she misses or glosses over is that the defense has the right to assert and really rely on a foreseeability argument. And the foreseeability argument really comes down to how foreseeable would it be that there might possibly be a live round in that gun. And they get to probe that argument and they get to discover everything down the chain of that exploration that the prosecution might know, which would include other live rounds managed by this prop house that might not exactly fit this firearm. So that's where she misses it. She misses that point. And the judge
doesn't miss anything.
No, she don't miss shit. And here's my favorite part of the morning. So this is Popple.
The report. May I see the report?
Popple was the tech that was in charge of gathering, analyzing, storing, and reporting on the munitions that were discovered. So she was the person that was in charge of documenting all of the different cartridges that they got. And she authored a report that has since not been seen until today about the munitions that were delivered in March of 2024 after the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. This part gets really bad. This part gets really bad. This is the first time the defense counsel has seen this and the first time the judge has seen this. This is the first time that all eyes are putting eyes on this report except for Popple. Also, cheers to the court feed, man. This is one. Thank you for zooming out so we can see both of them reading this at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes,
Well, this is the kind of
awkward
day in
tension.
court you hope to never have. If you're
You need
the
to do it,
prosecution, anyway.
Martine, I need the box of evidence.
Yeah, she's like, I need the box of evidence. Get it.
Did this, well, do you want me to ask the questions first? I have some questions of this witness.
You
Yep.
see also just how
Yep.
smart he is. This
Yep.
is the and you
Sit
see the
your
big.
ass down.
This is the smartest thing he does today. But you also see his shit-eating grin.
He
He's
fucking
like,
knows. He knows. He knows.
oh, he's like, you wanna do this? Yes, Judge. You can absolutely go to town on this. Like,
And for those
he
of you in the
knows,
chat that
he knows he's won.
I mean, for those of you in the chat that are wondering why the judge is allowed to do this level of inquiry, here's the thing. The judge now is the arbiter of justice. The judge is now the arbiter of what is or is not
Smackdown.
a fair disposition at trial in this regard. And the judge is saying, I am charged with both administering justice that's being meted out to me by the prosecution defense and marshaling over that and deciding what is fair and not fair. But the judge is also in charge of what I'm going to allow happen in my damn courtroom. And the judge is not about to allow something to happen in her damn courtroom that would be fundamentally unfair. So that's why she's allowed to do this level of inquiry independent of questions asked by the prosecution or the defense, because now the entire fairness of the trial is being brought to bear. So the judge now does something that she's about to do something I've never seen.
Oh, I've seen it. I've seen it happen to a lawyer.
Can I open this, Martine? Anywhere? Like not in the middle. I mean, up at the top? Oh. Anywhere is fine. Maybe you need gloves too.
Also, can we respect the fact the judge was like, I'm going to be the first one to put gloves on? Like, she was the first one to do it. The first one to do it. She's like, gloves are on.
Do you have gloves? Can you get some additional? So anywhere, I can just cut into it.
There should be there's a separate
All right.
area.
I'm going to have you. This is unusual, but if you all don't mind, and if there's any objection, I'm going to have her step down. And when I ask her a question about which is which, she will put it out. Is that all right with everybody?
However you want to do it. Judge.
Okay, so I just need you to have some gloves. And we're going to go right there. And you all can approach too, so you don't have to.
And this is where every lawyer on the internet lost their fucking minds. We all lost our minds because we're like, she's going to do it. She's going to go down and actually like review this evidence in front of everybody.
I don't want you asking questions yet, but I do. Can you move that? All right, please pull out the 3 Starline brass 45 volt.
I have yours.
For those of you just listening, The judge is standing there with a copy of the report, with prosecution and defense and the witness looking at the bag of evidence while the judge is looking at the report simultaneously. And the judge is going to read down the report and say, please pull out this round from your report and show me this round from your report. Never in my life have I seen a judge step down from the bench and do this in the well mid-trial.
I mean, this whole trial gets crazy.
I thought this was the craziest part of today.
Nope, you are wrong.
What?
You are objectively wrong that this is not the craziest part of the day.
Correct.
The craziest part of the day is Morrissey going, I will testify.
Oh, we're not there yet, Ian.
But it is the craziest part of the day.
I know.
It's like, objectively, it is insanity.
If you can see wait, hang on, let me hide this. If you can see the timeline at the bottom of the screen, it shows that we are 40 minutes into today. 40 minutes into a live stream and court proceedings that are 7 hours and 17 minutes. No, we're not going to go the whole 7 hours. But at this 40-minute mark, I was going, okay, I've seen it all now. I have now seen it all. I was so wrong. I was so wrong. And we are all the better for it because we got to see something that we would never see. Also, nice screen grab. I think I need someone screenshot that. That is badass. The judge literally, she's got the, Ian, look up. She's got the report in one hand and a cartridge in the other. Come on, dude. That is
badass.
That's awesome.
Also, there's a super chat you have to look at.
Where is it? Pull it
just
up.
Came through.
Oh, Law and Lumber, can you give some grief to my good buddy Recovery Addict? He said earlier, I have to get off stream so I can watch Law and Crime. Wait, no, I meant Law and Lumber. Oh my God.
So
Scott,
apparently you're Law and Crime now.
Scott. For shame. For shame.
For shade. He just kind of shaded you there.
I have it on good authority that Scott kind of called the mistrial or called the dismissal pretty early in the day. So
I think a bunch of us did. Like after Nikas went, it was like, yep, that's looking bad.
Yeah. Bad Scott. But on it's the most badass screen grab I've ever seen of a judge who's holding a report and looking at the cartridge. All right.
Let's do the 2 AdaKay 45 Colt. Still in color carbon. Take your time. I will be close and necessary. Brief 2 AdaKay 45 Colt with silver and color primer.
Yes, Judge.
This day is just such a nightmare.
She might be short in stature, but is there a doubt with that glare and the posture that she is
I don't
not
think
in
she's actually that short in
complete-
stature.
I don't care how tall she is. She is in charge of that courtroom.
I mean, you just.
That over the glasses look is the.
I think it's actually that she's just standing next to a very tall man.
Just. All right, Judge. Oh God, this is great. This is so good. You don't get to see this. You do not get to see this stuff.
Because the wheel of loading prevents you.
1 CBC 45 coat with brass and color primer.
I would see this one.
All right. Three DHA 45 coat with brass and color primer.
These three.
One Winchester 45 Colt. I don't know if you need the Winchester.
That one.
2 Winchester 45 Colt.
It's silver primer with brass primer, silver casing.
Okay, got that. Okay, 1 SIG 45 Colt. All right, and then 10 Starline brass 45 Colt. All right, so do we have the microphone close by? Or can you pick this up? Are you picking it up? My question.
We've got one here.
All right, so point out to me, let me ask you this. Did Ziegler Ziegler tested the rounds in the Hannah Gutierrez case, correct?
Yes.
He didn't test any further rounds after the Hannah Gutierrez case?
No.
Okay. In the Hannah Gutierrez case, can you point out what types he did test from here?
I'm uncertain what types he tested.
This is a witness testifying, Ms. Morrissey. Please stop.
She is so tired of Morrissey's BS here.
Oh my God, this is the case, and we're about to get to the one moment when I think that she made her decision.
We sent all of the.
All right, let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize any of these types of bullets to have been gathered on the Hannah Gutierrez, on the rust set?
The Starline brass with silver primer are similar to what was collected on set.
And everything that was collected on set went to Ziegler?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I don't have any.
That's it.
Yep.
That was
She's
it.
just like,
She was
okay,
done.
we're done here.
She was done. That was it. That was
Yep.
it. Are they at all similar to what was collected on that set? Yes. And what was collected on that set was tested? Yes. And this is just being disclosed now? Yes. Ball game. That's it. I think she made her mind up here, but she knew the hurdle she had to get over.
Well, she was just like, this is bad.
There cannot be people. That's where she made her mind up. And you see her shut Morrissey down. And this is something I wish we saw from her kind of during trial.
Oh, she's like, I'm done with you, Morrissey.
Yeah, when Popple was saying something, Morrissey tried to intervene and try to clarify what Popple was about to say. And Morrissey said, nope, witness under oath. You shut up. That was bad.
So How awkward is it going to be for Morrissey whenever she wants to appear in front of this judge again?
Well, we're not to the best part, which is the Spyro. We get to watch Spyro cross Popple again.
Oh, that's not even the best part.
I know. Tasana Burfoot, you think Baldwin will ever forget what happened that day? No, I don't. I actually
hope not.
I hope he doesn't.
Yeah.
It's his pain when they played the videotapes. Even though he walked, I don't believe he will ever truly walk away. My heart breaks for everyone. There are no winners here. There are no winners here. There really are not. Exception.
Exception.
Justice. The justice system.
Nope.
I'm gonna say the justice system. Like they yeeted a case.
I'm gonna say Spiro and Nikos and the other lawyers because they get to write the bills.
That's fair. That's fair. But from the perspective of Helena Hutchins, no. That sucks. Remarkably. But fairness has to take precedence over everything. Because if you lose that, the system becomes selective prosecution, incarceration, pick and choose what evidence. I mean, you have to maintain fairness, and you want a neutral arbiter over what can and cannot be presented. And when one side plays so unfairly, the only remedy is to say, I'm sorry, you're gone.
Yep.
And let that serve as a lesson for everybody else. So I do hope that Baldwin learns from this. Do I think that he will? I don't know. I mean, don't have the highest of hopes.
I mean, he's going to do a reality TV series. That's a choice under the circumstances.
He didn't do a press conference. That was a good choice under the circumstances.
That was a good choice. But the reality TV series is a bad choice.
Okay, a lot of questions are coming in. So hang on. Steve A., how does this impact Hannah's appeal? Michael deleted. Does this mean Hannah gets a new trial? And Kimmy Joe, what happens to Hannah's case now?
There's not going to argue it.
Yeah, you're going to see you're going to see emotion. I don't think that motion
emotion, not emotion.
Emotion. I don't think that motion has a lot of I don't think it's going to go very far. I really don't. They're keep in mind, guys, these are very, very, very different cases. They might stem from the same incident, the same occurrence, but they are very different standards, very different cases, very different facts. So please keep that in mind. So Spyro gets to cross-examine Popple again. Like dreaming of.
Oh, that's not what he was. Well,
we're not fully set up. The copy of the spent shell casing that was recovered on the scene of rough. And you would agree with me, right, that it's the same as the bottom of the bullets that you just provided to the court.
Yes, it's Starline Brass 45 Colt with a silver primer.
So when I asked you yesterday, didn't he turn in ammunition that matched the ammunition that killed Ms. Hutchins? It's true that he did, correct?
And I did not recall at that time.
I understand that that's your position, but that's what in fact happened. Would you agree?
I would not use the word match without there being an additional analysis.
Well, who got to decide whether there would be additional analysis?
That was not myself.
It wasn't the defense, though, right? We didn't know about it.
I don't know what you were aware of.
Okay. Well, you know that we came to have an evidence viewing where we asked to see every single round that could be related to the Rust set, and this was hidden from us. You do know that.
This was not hidden.
I mean, was it revealed?
Was it under a different case number?
It was not hidden.
This was under a case number. It was documented. I was instructed to document.
Go on. This is very important, Ms. Popple. We need to hear this.
Document it under this case number.
Okay, so in this case, that's under the Rust investigation case number, you would agree with me, there's hundreds of things that you inventoried.
Oh, Spyro, I'm sorry.
Yes,
There are hundreds of police reports that all relate to the same case number, right?
yes.
The one thing that seems to have
I'm going to make one observation that's it's going to seem faux pas. How like tense is it in the courtroom? Spyro's like top collar button is completely unbuttoned. Like he's just
I don't
my
care about
observation.
his. I don't care about.
I
the
don't.
button.
I don't care about it. I made that because the wheel was spinning and I needed to buy time.
been put under a different case number is just this one discovery of the actual ammunition that matches the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No, Rob, I blame
Uh,
you.
Jury is out.
This was put under a doc information of someone coming in claiming to have rounds that were not utilized in a case.
Okay, well, let's examine that for a second. When Seth Kenny comes into the precinct and he gives you ammunition, you vouchered it, right?
I was instructed to collect the ammunition from Seth Kenny.
Well, let me take a step back for a second, just to make something clear. Investigator Popple, you're following orders, right, when you're doing these things, correct?
Can you please stop referring to me as investigator because it's creating a misnomer?
Okay, well, I apologize.
Of all the
Crime
shit.
technician. I'm not investigator.
Okay, I'm only doing that 'cause it's shorter than crime scene technician.
CST works.
Perfect.
Oh,
CST Popple.
baby.
Oh,
When you took the,
I do not like that.
Oh, baby. Oh, honey. Oh, no.
She's
No.
pissed because she's been caught in a lie.
You are
but-
being roasted.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, what he is getting at and what you are trying to not discuss is that you were presented with things in an investigation that were presented to you as being significant. And you made the assessment and said, well, you didn't have to make the assessment. You said, I'm going to analyze this and document this. And that later you were presented with something that was presented to you as being significant. It just didn't come from your investigators. And you said, nah, bro, gonna go by what other people tell me. So I am sorry, ma'am. Like this is not the place to get snippy with how you're being referred to.
No kidding.
you're effectively.
It's like you have not
following orders when
earned
you decide
the
whether to
snippiness.
Voucher this or voucher the Seth Kenny evidence, right?
You keep using the word voucher and I'm not sure what context you're using it.
Yeah.
You
I
know what it
apologize for that
means.
word
She's
choice.
playing games to try to throw him
Inventory
off.
To make a report. I think your testimony is you're doing it at the direction of supervisors. Is that fair?
Most of the time, yes.
Okay. So when Seth Kenny walks into the precinct and gives you ammunition and says it's from the Rust case, you all inventoried it, right?
Yes,
You took photos of it, right?
yes,
You put it under the Rust case number, right?
yes.
You turned it over to the defense, right?
According to my knowledge, yes.
Okay. Somebody else comes in to the precinct Okay. A man named Troy Teskey, right?
Look how much he looks up at the judge, like side eye to the judge to make sure the judge is following.
He's like, "Are you?"
He's like, "Are you
He's like,
hearing
"Are
what
you
I'm
seeing
hearing?
this bullshit?"
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? Because I'm going to draw the connection. This is why this is so egregious.
He's like, "Are you
Right-
hearing this bullshit?"
right
Is
here.
really what he's doing.
Right here, Seth Kenny walks in and says, "Here is relevant ammo." Boom, and gives it to him. And she's like, "Okay, got it. Documented under this case number, available to defense. No problem." Third party walks in, happens to be on the last day of the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, and says, "Here is evidence that is relevant." And they're like, "Got it. No problem. Maybe log
Trash
it,
bin.
maybe not. And also, why not under a different case number, which, if you asked for it, might not be disclosed?" Are you drawing the connection? Because he is laying it out. Spyro, to his credit right here, is laying it out. One question at a time.
Yes.
Who is a former police officer, right?
Oh,
I
and
believe
Judge
he
Pro
stated
Tem.
that, yes.
Okay. And I assume you all have the diligence.
And sub-judge. This made me furious. This wasn't just ineptitude. This wasn't just red solo cups.
Diligence to be able to confirm that.
No, this is where ineptitude, sort of wanders over to that lovely malice standard.
Yeah, this is not ineptitude or stupidity.
I mean, it's
This
stupid,
is
but it's also evil.
prosecutorial. This is prosecutorial fuckery. And people like to pretend this shit doesn't happen. This shit happens all the time. We just get to see it here.
Jane Doe asks, "Are you stealing Wi-Fi?
No, I'm hard lined in. It's just
Is this your new
Right?
is
No,
this
this-
I
your
do
new
not
setup?"
know if it was
old
confirmed or
house.
not.
Old house.
Okay. And he comes in and he also tells you he has evidence, right?
He told us 3 years later, after a trial, that he had evidence that the defense wanted him to use that he no longer wanted to hold on to.
Okay, let's break that down for a second.
Every single word out of your mouth in the answer to that question was the wrong way to answer that fucking question. I'm sorry. Every single word that you said. I don't care who he was, how he was referred to you, what preconditions he came to discuss the matter with you under, and what timing it was. You discovered something that you, on its face, said was relevant. If it is irrelevant, then you say, "I don't believe this is relevant, but here I am documenting it under this case number, and here you go, defense." That was the worst. This case was done back here, and it only gets worse from there.
Right? Mr. Teskey isn't involved in your meetings with the prosecutors and Corporal Hancock's meetings with the prosecutors up until the trial, was it?
Not that I know of.
Okay, so doesn't it make sense that he would have seen the trial on television?
You see all the activity behind defense counsel table right now? Because they're all going, "Is this really fucking happening?" Every one of them is this really happening? This is happening. Give me all the documents we need. This is really happening. Spyro's got it. This is happening. That's what all that activity is.
Being completely outraged at what he was watching, not trusted law enforcement, and then walked it into the precinct. Doesn't that make sense?
I do not know what would make sense to Mr. Teskey.
Okay, didn't he in fact tell you, "I don't trust Miss Morrissey and the prosecutors"?
He did not state that to me.
He didn't on your oath? You sure about that?
I do not recall him stating that.
So he turns this round in, And you, when he turns it in, obviously recognize it as Starline brass, nickel primer, Colt 45, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not as if he came in and just turned in a bunch of shells, right?
He did turn in a whole bunch of shells.
Okay. But he didn't just turn in shells, right?
But weren't some
He
of them
turned
kind of
in
relevant?
multiple different 45 rounds.
I'll ask the question a third time. He didn't just turn in shells, did he?
Oh, that's my favorite move of all time. That is my favorite move. I do that all the time in every case. God, I love. I'll ask the question again because you clearly didn't answer the question I was asking. Like, let me
It's your
just
favorite
ask
move
the
because it's your
same
move.
question. No, it's not. I can't claim that as my own, but it's a solid move.
No, I mean it's the favorite move because it's your move.
Is there something I'm like glossing over when you say that? I can't trust you anymore.
I'm just being a dork.
He turned in multiple 45 rounds.
Including rounds that matched the round that struck Miss Hutchins, right?
Thank you, Court TV, for that. Yeah, close-up shot. So that was what the judge made her lay out. Put it in stacks, in piles. What matches what?
Again, I wouldn't use the word match without further analysis.
And the reason
come
that we
on.
don't have further analysis is you all didn't send this to the FBI for further analysis, did you?
We did not.
Right? Because if you had, it would have potentially proven the fact that all along this ammunition did come from Seth Kenny. Isn't that true?
What I was informed of by Mr. Teskey was that the ammunition originated from Joe Swanson.
And then went in the green ammo can to Seth Kenny.
I do not recall him speaking about a green ammo can.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. You know,
I like
the
his
other thing that you're
okay.
saying, I took you at first to be saying, well, it's just a bunch of ammunition, and now we've gotten to the point where it's actually the same type of ammunition. And then you've also stated in your testimony that it's like, well, there's just this guy, Troy Teskey, that just walks into the office like it's random. When really Mr. Teskey and his involvement in this case.
Rob,
I know. I'm sorry. We're going to fast forward. Let's go past the break. They argue. Let's get to past the lunch break. Hang on. We'll make it. I promise you. Nope, not Seth Kenny. And Seth Kenny is just, I don't believe a word out of Seth Kenny's mouth. Like, I just don't. I don't care if it's favorable for prosecution or defense. I just don't believe
And
anything that man.
obviously, there's an incident and Ms. Hutchins dies.
But
Do you then reach out to law enforcement and begin communicating with law enforcement?
here's what sinks the case.
By Corporal. On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kenny?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were
Flirting.
you provided, or did Mr. Kenny share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
she's like,
Ian,
maybe.
look at the chat.
I've seen it.
Okay.
I haven't seen the interview, but I've seen the
Got
that it
it.
exists.
Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else.
We're gonna stay with this.
Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kenny and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
Can you see that? Do you want me, I'm gonna enlarge it.
Oh, come on.
Rob, you've got to get your
At all, the information that was brought forward to us in order to, sorry, continue this investigation.
Did
you need a little more fiber in your house's diet.
Dude, I will tell you right now, this was not a problem until I'm hardwired in. I don't understand what the problem
He's like, this never happens to me.
I don't like you right now. That was very rude. It's very rude. Let's try to check that. Let me see if that works.
see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Nick, the reason
Pause.
why is because she wanted to put this on record.
Yep. And there was no plea deal to be had. Baldwin's team knew at this point.
Oh,
the
yeah,
only
there was-
deal. Yeah, Baldwin's
Anybody
team
who
was like,
said
we're
plea
getting
deal
this
was being-
dismissed.
Anybody who said plea deal was being stupid. Like,
Yeah, that's the dumbest move ever. Baldwin's team had all of the leverage at this point, and there's no deal to be struck. Nothing. Like they had everything in their corner. Morrissey was not going to flinch. You knew that from the beginning of the day when she came up and argued. No, there was no plea deal here. This was flames one way or the other.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
Every time you say spinny wheel or pause or anything, I'm going to punch you remotely. I need to do that. I need to find a way to punch you remotely. Oh. I'm going to refresh stream in a second.
Session with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Did you are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
Day 3 of trial. Day 3 of trial. This is the lead investigator. Folks, this is the lead investigator. This is the investigating officer. This is the person who is supposed to know all the shit. Everything.
And have you had an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
I just got it. So
Hang on. Morrissey, Carrie, you know what? Shut up for a second. You just asked the question of a witness. Said, have you had the chance to review this thing that you have not turned over to the defense? I don't care if it was 5 seconds ago, but you just asked the question of a witness. Have you seen this video? And the defense has not seen it yet.
I mean, the thing is she's got a different purpose than like.
No, right now she's trying to save her ass as this ship is
No,
going
she's
down.
not.
What is she doing, Ian, right now? Please tell me what she's doing, because that was fucked up. I'm sorry. That was messed up.
I mean, she's expecting this video is going to come in, but basically she knows. I don't think she's
She
trying
wants
to
to get-
save her ass here.
She wants to get ahead of it.
I think she's actually just trying to get all the information out as to what happened. Like, I don't think there's ass saving going on. She's just like, we need to see what the fire is because this is messed up.
But she has a conversation in the hallway, gets this USB drive with the video, and doesn't
And
immediately in the court and hand it to defense and to.
She does actually offer it to the defense. The defense is like, we don't have time to look at it right now.
After she asked this question.
I don't know. I'm
That was
not
my point.
as prepared to imply nefarious motives here.
No,
given
I'm
the
just
circumstances.
pissed. I'm just pissed. I'm not implying nefarious motives. I'm just pissed.
I can give it to them.
This is the newest of the revelations.
So there's when Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body worn camera.
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it's not it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Randall, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from?
All right. This is why this pisses me off. And I'm gonna ask you to reconsider my argument in the context of what the judge just said. The judge has just been presented with something that the judge does not know exists. And is like, wait, hang on. You are now asking this witness about something I don't know exists. And the defense is saying they don't know exists. And you're trying to get me to see it before you're letting them see it. That's the part that's bothering me. I get what you're saying as far as her motivations are concerned, but I can't get beyond the whole I'm playing my own game here.
I mean, what's the game though?
Control.
To what end?
Like control to the end of control. Morrissey, and even then she says, Judge, it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to present it? That's not passing off control. That's Morrissey retaining control. This is Morrissey.
I'm not seeing it. I'm
really
like just, she just like, what's the goal?
She gets body cam footage, wants presented a motion, doesn't give it to defense first. If opposing counsel comes in and I'm arguing a motion and they say, I'm going to present this, and they haven't presented it to me first, I am losing my shit.
I mean, she thinks they already have it.
No. Hang on. Let's go back. No, she doesn't.
Well, she says she does.
Nope. Wait. It was a distinction. If we ever can get there. Spinning wheel, how do you harm me today? And we will swoop through the spinning wheel.
That's the basis of the cross-examination.
Well, it's not it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Randall, but it's a motion hearing. How do you want me to handle it? She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you, in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits from Popple of that she testified about the bullets and what they were, when they went to the FBI? Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through their file? Do you want me
I
to
just
do it?
want the ones that Pop will test.
Morrissey, there are times when you can use snark. This is not one of them.
Testified off of, not any
I
cross.
don't remember exactly.
Are you looking for the one that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Pop will testified, she inventory and had tested.
Are you asking for scene photos or no? Just the ones that she had? at the
Yes,
sheriff's
yes,
department?
where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not scene photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department? Okay.
Do you have those?
There should be.
And just for the record, Judge, we don't have the body worn camera.
I'm hearing you. I want to look at the bullets.
The physical.
Okay, I'll take the physical.
The physical might be- is it on the record? You don't need photos of boxes,
No,
just.
no,
okay.
I want what she testified on. The ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested. There it is. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrison. Okay, thank you.
Oh, you want the actual bullets?
Well, these are fine.
Okay. I thought
Well,
you
I
had
was gonna
photographs.
take the photos, but these are good too.
Okay.
Are
You
these,
want the photos?
may I ask, are these all these aren't all that were gathered at the scene, were they?
They are,
These are the sum total?
correct. There were only 5 live rounds in addition to the spent casing.
Okay, which ones were, okay, were only the live rounds tested by the FBI? No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
The
Do you have
dummy-
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't think we've had to testify to that. I don't know.
Can I have all the exhibits that were entered while she testified? That's the best way to put it.
This is fucking great. And I'm glad I get to show you guys this part, because this part here is where every lawyer in the room is in the absolute most panic mode, and their chest is pounding like 1,000 miles a second because the judge is asking for things that you might not have, because the judge is now on their own exploration and you are shitting a brick because you have lost control of your own case and you are now at the whim of what the judge wants to see. And if you are Alec Baldwin's side, you are going, please God, please God, please God, ask us for something we have. And if you're the prosecution side, you're going, please God, stop asking questions. And everyone in the room is at a tension level that would produce sweat, that would smell like just the most odoriferous, horrible thing you'd ever smell in your life. The tension in this room right now, palpable. Ian, agree or disagree?
Oh, I mean, this is a tense moment for sure.
That's all you have? I thought I'd have some snark after that one. I know you've been awake for a long time. So she's gathering. Wait,
The
so I'm being
interpreter
told
has more snark than you do as Ian right now.
I have to back up to this point. Hang on. Kenny is getting off the stand.
Ammunition.
Sorry. Yes.
That would mean,
Sorry, Your Honor, Ms. Johnson's asking to approach.
Apparently, this is the moment when Linda Johnson quits.
Yeah.
New house. Miss Johnson walks up. She's the one that makes a request. Baldwin reading the live transcription. How can you tell he's reading? Because his head's going back and forth, reading the transcription. Everyone in the audience going, what the hell is happening? Because that white noise machine is loud AF. And Erlinda Johnson walking back, grabbing her shit. See you later. Judge Summers going, what the fuck just happened? Morrissey sitting back down, and we're back.
4,000-ish, not thousands.
All right, shall we just fast forward to the fireworks? Yeah, let's do that. Hang on.
Okay.
Remember Popple's
Well,
testimony?
the testimony you'll give in this case.
Have you watched the video today? Yes.
You're publishing it and,
Video or no?
Wait, hang on.
Okay, all right, publishing it and, but go ahead. I mean, it doesn't
I'm
matter.
not sure what,
All right.
do you
fine.
want to see the video or no?
Carrie Morrissey has lost all of her cool. She is just done. She's done. She just snapped back at the judge. Do you want to see the video or not? So video is going up. This is the video interview of Gusky.
I do want to see the video.
Okay.
Just, okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes,
What are we looking at?
that's the hallway area of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first secure entrance into our area.
Is there a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record that's just audio, and at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And to be correct, I was in the hallway headed towards that area.
No,
where
why,
it's-
why don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
It's when I activate it.
Come on. Your defense attorney heart loved that question. You know you did. Well, defense attorneys don't have hearts, but you know you loved it. Does it take a full 30 seconds?
So
She's
I believe it
tired.
is set to a 30-second pre-video, and then once I activate the camera, the audio will
It
kick
comes on,
on.
okay.
Yes.
Peggy Reardon, no, likely not.
Lieutenant, so nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You need to do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this.
Like a chain,
like a statement.
Well, we will have a chain of custody there. So, yeah, come with me and we'll.
That's my wife.
Hi.
Are you okay with
Yes, sir. Where was, Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Just so we have like a chain of custody. Wherever you want to go to get that. Can go to the interview. It's fine.
sure. I can fill out a statement or something. Where's the statement? What it was, so I'm a witness. I was called here as a witness. To the bus trial. And I live in Arizona. So it's a long way.
Right.
I wanted to. The last minute, he said, okay, you're watching it testify. And then they didn't want the other.
Okay.
Well, I don't want to walk around with this forever.
That's fair, that's fair.
So listen to his explanation because this gives context. So he came to this state, New Mexico, with this evidence, which is live munitions. And he said, I thought I was going to be called to this trial to bring evidence. I was not. And I don't really want to leave this state with the things I brought here that might be evidence in this case and that are in fact live munitions. So I'd like to not go back to my state. I'd like to leave them here. Can I leave them with you? Because I was made to believe that I would be a witness in this trial with evidence to present. That evidence is on my person. I'd like to not go back to another state with that still on my person. So I'll leave it here, leave you all my info. Can that just happen? That's what the summary of the pre-interview was.
Yeah, I don't care what you do there. I just don't want to have it. And they're 45 cartridges. Like,
They're from the set?
no.
Okay.
No. You want to know the details?
There's Ms. Popple right there. So for those of us that were talking about Ms. Popple, hang on. Yeah. For those of us talking about Ms. Popple, this is the part of the conflict in Popple's testimony. Ian had to step off screen for a second. He's got something going on. This is why me, after viewing all of today, look at Ms. Popple's testimony in a different light because she was the one that took this evidence in. So when she was testifying rather evasively about what she knew, didn't know, could verify, not verify, this is the substance of that.
Details.
Did you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes,
Was he asked if they were from the set?
yes,
What was his response?
no.
Or do you want me to
Well,
write it down?
let me start with, what is your name, sir?
Troy. Well, that's a great start.
Troy, for what?
Troy Teskey. Teskey. I've got all kinds of identification. You should see it. I'm a
Were you getting called by?
retired police officer.
By
and-
the defense? Okay.
But they didn't end up using it.
Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge. You need to see that.
I'll go drop them. Okay, so they're gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute,
They talked to
The
her,
defense.
him on the phone. He was good and said that they're gonna have somebody pick it up from Rosewood, which they never did. Okay, so he brought it out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out. Don't want it anymore.
It's his wife that's talking. And he's like, it's my story. But, marriage.
Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teskey is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What
speaking
side?
out On the defense side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
The defense.
It's the same batch. That came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
Know him too?
Yeah, I know of him.
Everybody.
I've-
Awesome.
Dealt with this case a lot.
Okay, well, that's perfect. You're the perfect person
That doesn't help Ms. Popple.
to do what's your first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? All right.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm the crime scene technician.
All right, well, I better jot that down.
Yeah,
And I
you
have
can
some
do my
good
part.
notes on So when
Ian did not leave. He was called away on an urgent call. So we're going to trust that he's going to handle that call because it's urgent and important. And if he comes back, he does. If he doesn't, we're okay. Trust me, we'll be fine.
my big concern was having these. They said, "Oh, okay." I said, "I have these rounds. I have a batch, a whole bunch of rounds,
Okay.
or a bunch." And then they you probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture. So I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and
No, this is important. Spinning wheel, go away. Go away. You demon wheel of death. Stop. Oh my God. I am so mad.
took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. And they looked at it, and Seth said, "Yep, this is evidence from the accidental shooting." The accident.
And when you
Yeah.
say they're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
It's if you know the case, Bell Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds,
Yes.
and they, Seth and Fell, went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883, and he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there and they went together from Arizona, and then they came back and went to another set, which was
Yep, and he leaves. So not a lot of questions after that, but cross on this is very important. Because what we learned is there were rounds that were dropped off that this witness said were from the same batch. They were indexed under a different case name, which is a big fucking problem. Like a big problem. And we're hoping this is going to do this. There we go.
Actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Boom, boom, boom. We can rewind. Hang on. We're going to rewind. Rewind.
And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved, actually, your copy.
If you don't understand how that's a big fucking problem, that's a big fucking problem. Detective Hancock, who quite honestly was up there playing dumb earlier. I don't know. I was directed. I didn't comprehend. I don't recall all of the above. This officer, who quite literally is just the officer, he's the sheriff, he's the deputy who's going in there, who has the body worn camera, who walks in, it's like, I don't know what's going on, meets this guy, like, hey, your wife, you guys are cool, come on back, we're going to go ahead and take this evidence. And Popple is there. And Popple is like, oh, I know this case very, very well. No problem. And the deputy's like, you got this. No problem. I'm going to absent myself. And then at a later date, the evidence gets discussed. And this deputy is like, Hancock says, index this under a different case name. Because we don't know if it came from there or not. Well, here's the thing. The person who walked in there said, this is related to the case. Said, these are the people, the players involved. So I have a thing in my system that allows me to index things under multiple cases because it says this could be relevant for this. Why let's get a separate case number? Seems really, really fucked up. So I have a big problem with that. And I kind of want to go back to the back end of Hancock's testimony. And it's this colloquy where the judge gets involved.
Sometime if that's even necessary for this proceeding, and I have no further questions for this witness.
Court has, some follow-up questions. So on testimony, wait,
Nope, it's going to freeze. I knew it was going to freeze. I knew it was going to do it. Son of a bitch. Don't do it. Play.
testimony, wait, I don't know which one, who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had
Okay.
left.
All right, and at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes,
Teskey?
yes,
Okay, so then you find out that because he couldn't, well, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped out the ammo, right?
Yeah, but
Or-
I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
right, which I had just reviewed today as well.
Right, right. But
Yes.
when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but
The significance of this is understated in a lot of commentary. This is the chief investigator being questioned by the judge.
you didn't you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
It's a bad question. It's a bad answer. Oh, the judge is gonna just This is just good night. This is the end of the case.
At the sheriff's office.
The rust evidence?
No.
Why
Just-
not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As to why
Who
it
made it?
was,
Let me ask you, who made it?
these were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with the prosecutor?
For those of you at all confused about like me doing the dancing and like losing my shit on the screen, let me try to put into words the kinetic movement that's happening. Here's the thing. They obtained evidence. It was very clearly relevant. It was very clearly connected with this fucking case. There is no idiot in the world that could ever believe that someone walking in saying, hey, here's information connected to this case, would ever, in their logical mind, saying, we're going to index this under a wholly separate case because in our assessment, it's not really this case. The person who walked it into you said it's connection with this case. And then the judge starts asking questions.
Sorry, folks, I had to step away. Sometimes there's things that
Oh, I needed you so bad. Good.
cannot be cannot be ignored.
I need you here. I need you here because I'm about to lose my fucking mind.
Yeah, sorry, I had like literally life or death things to deal with. But I'm back. Hopefully they are sorted.
We are going to replay the last like 40 seconds. And well, when you, as the lead investigator, receive information that has the scent, the odor of being connected with a case that you are investigating, you index that.
I mean, there were some odors in this.
What I mean is you index that evidence under your fucking case. I don't care if you index it under like several cases, like in the case of cold cases where it's like, hey, this is possible in all these cases. You make the attribution to this case number. But if you are Corporal Hancock, perhaps you're not doing that.
I mean, I'm just going to say Corporal Hancock does not strike me in sort of her demeanor and style of answering questions. I'm just going to say her fallback career was not rocket science.
I'm not going to disparage her intelligence. What I'm going to say is that her testimony is suggesting to me that she either doesn't understand her job or needs to find a new one.
I am going to disparage her intelligence. I did not find her terribly bright.
All right. Well, in the colloquy between the judge. So here's the thing. Also, when you are a law enforcement officer, when the judge looks at you, side note, defense attorneys, yes, you can take a tone with from time to time and get away with it. Prosecutors, we know you're going to love them. But when a judge turns sideways and looks at you in the witness box and starts asking you questions, maybe, just maybe, you drop the bullshit. Because the judge kind of knows the whole playing field. And
I mean, they got no other way to be.
And as the neutral in this situation is now looking at you saying, hey, I'm the person in the middle of these two assholes. I'm asking you a question.
We got Andrea in the chat, I see. Hey, Andrea.
She has a link if she wants to join.
That would be awesome if she wants to join, but it is up to her.
It is up to her. It is late at night, and she has been talking about this case for the entire week. But
I mean, for 3 days, they managed to blow this up in 3 days.
sorry, that was poorly timed. Let's look at look at Hancock respond to the judge. And this part pissed me off more than almost anything in the entire trial.
I don't know which one, who asked it, but anyway, you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him to wait for you, and that when you came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but when I was looking for him, I was told he had
Okay,
left.
all right, and at that point, you were aware it was Troy
Yes,
Teskey?
yes,
Okay, so then you find out that because he couldn't, well, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple, that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly sure. When you but
Okay.
Find out, I assume.
Oh, we got some echo and camera issues.
Andrea, you're looping. I didn't mean that like summon you out of the darkness. From the dark she shall appear. No. Hang on, Andrea, I'm gonna pull you down. Get your test your mic and we'll bring you back on. Hang on, give me like 2 minutes or take 2 minutes.
You can't
To
confirm
answer
or
your
deny
question,
that,
Dr. Tropical Weasel,
well, you didn't know that. he
we're
said it wasn't
interpreters.
from the Rust set. In fact, the report.
That's what we
says that he
use.
says it was from the
Interpreters.
Rust set,
ASL.
correct?
Interpreters.
right,
Thanks for
which
the
I
question.
just reviewed today as well.
Right.
Yes.
But when Popple told, when you
Hope I
were advised that Troy
understood
was
you.
there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there, you said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing, but this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
This is
So,
not going
did you
well
and
for
Popple
the
have a conversation about what to
prosecution.
do with this ammo?
Wait. That's
There's
fine.
sign
understanding it
language
was
for
that it was
every
going to be
language
put
in
in
the world,
evidence.
but the ASL and
And on this note, we're gonna try
SBE, which
Andrea
is
again.
signed exact English,
Andrea,
is most
testing your
often
mic.
used in the United
Testing
States.
my mic.
Oh my
Excellent.
gosh, it is resoundingly beautiful.
Oh, sorry about that, Rob. I came running when I saw where
You-
you were in this video. I was like, I can't, I was not planning to come back live again. Okay, I went swimming. Like I'm, things are chaotic around here. I'm catching up with stuff. I had yard work to do. You know the deal.
Yep.
I could not
I
miss
know.
this, Rob.
I know.
Oh, this is just magic.
It's the draw of these moments for us trial attorneys that are so
Yeah.
used to, just we don't get these moments. We don't get
Rob,
this.
Thank
We
you,
think we've seen it all.
everyone, and you make me
We
cry.
really
No.
I
have
love
seen so
and
much
this-
that we
Oh.
think we've
Yes.
seen it all.
I love
And then
so
you
much.
get a day
Thank
where
you.
you realize, I have never seen this before.
What do you think of the theory that they might have been set up?
I mean,
No.
I understand why they're going down that road. I do. It absolutely makes sense from a defense standpoint why that is a good angle to go down, because it gives you a superseding cause, right? You have a deliberate action of another person that,
No, I
is-
mean, there's an interesting theory that I'm having some trouble discounting entirely, which is
My nope.
that this
nope,
might have
Ian,
been set up by the defense.
my law partner.
Oh.
My law partner floated this to me earlier today, that this was perhaps some defense plan. And I was going, that would be the highest risk gamble I would have ever seen in my life. You
Not
wait
really.
till Jeopardy attaches before you. I mean,
Well,
how many times do
All
judges
you
look
all
at
you
these
do is you
discovery
just
violations? No, Ian, the thing is,
yeah, no, Rob, I think
90
you make a point.
98, 99% of the time, when you talk about criminal trials, when the allegation is a discovery violation against the state, the judge is bending over backwards
Yep.
to not yeet the case, to not grant that dismissal. 99% of the time, these motions get dismissed summarily. You are lucky to get to argument. You are even luckier. Maybe 5% get to evidence.
But here's the
And
thing:
even
they had
then-
to have known some of the things about this before this.
He
went down.
knew. They knew. Like, I totally buy this as a sandbag, if nothing else. They had
Yeah.
this information and they have been waiting to play this card because it seems
Yeah.
clear that they were working with Teskey. They were
Oh,
getting
well,
information from him.
They
I
were
get
getting
they knew it.
information from him. The question is, did they know that he'd been sent to the to deliver this? That's where it becomes a
No, they
Well,
knew
I
that.
think
No,
I think they would have
Bowles-
to, yeah,
Bowles told
because
them.
they knew
Bowles
about
told
the
them.
phone calls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bowles told them. They remind you, they had a joint defense agreement. Bowles told them.
Yeah.
except they denied that they had a joint defense agreement.
That's fine. I don't care what attorneys do.
I mean,
whatever they do.
They said, in court that they didn't have a joint defense agreement. So hopefully they didn't have a joint defense agreement, because otherwise they misrepresented.
You know, I mean, you can have a collegial understanding without having to represent you have a joint defense agreement. But what I will say is they absolutely knew. Now, my question was the sandbag.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way they saw it going this far. There's no chance.
Yeah.
And I go back to the point that I made with Ian earlier.
Oh, I mean,
Nikos's
the evidence
argument
that came out was.
But Nikos's argument at the beginning of the day, like, set the tone for the rest of the day. It really did change the court's perspective on how we're going to handle this shit.
Rob, the way that I see this, I think that they have this information. They have been playing this attack the prosecutor, attack the investigation strategy from day one. I mean, this has always been in their game plan. So I see this as kind of like they knew that they had the card and they knew that they would be able to play it. No, they didn't necessarily know what they were going to be able to get out of it. But this is just working on your secret approach in your training camp. They just had this ready in the camp. They had no idea it was going to land like this, but they were ready to throw it.
No, and that was
they took the chance, and yes, this has worked out extremely well for them. I think far beyond they could have planned. So in that sense, as far as what you're saying, like, did they plan this out? They couldn't have planned this outcome. Like, this is the best.
No, this worked way better than that.
Yeah, you couldn't set odds like that this would happen. This was very much against the odds.
Oh, and I'm getting a very cool reminder from my mods that we are actually being simulcast on a channel that is broadcasting for ASL. So people are sign languaging what we're saying. So if we could take a pause between what we're saying and the next person speaking, they can catch up, which I think is kind of neat. But echoing on that point that Andrea, you just made, I made the point when the shoe started to drop, like when the judge came down off the bench, you see the motion behind defense counsel's table. They just erupted. They went, like, you saw everybody moving at one time. And I was like, oh shit, they are now in this place where they never thought they would be, but they're here now. And that's where they are. And that's what they're doing. So I was I loved to see the pivot. This was lawyering like I have not seen, like we have not seen in a trial since we've been doing this.
Yeah, this is next level.
Oh, I mean, I got shit because I was saying like Baldwin's got a good defense team, and they're like, "Oh, did you see the open?" I'm like, "Yeah." They're open. Like his opening wasn't good, but you could see why it was a good open, right up until they fucked with it, and then he's like, "Oh well, then he's off his game." But he hasn't been a slouch on crosses and so forth.
See, Ian, my take has been, because I have not followed this anywhere near as closely as so many of you have, as you have. Certainly, I didn't watch Hannah's trial. I've been very sporadic with following up on the pretrial stuff. So I am really in the dark about what is coming as far as all of these details. And so when I see this opening statement and I see this apparent defense strategy. I was asked, well, Andrea, how would you be defending this? And I'm like, I honestly don't know, because the challenge is finding the factual defense, right? He's got very, very bad facts to deal with. I don't necessarily know how you deal with that. Well, Ian, this is a very pragmatic reminder that the way you defend the case doesn't always have anything at all to do with whether you have a factual defense or not. You throw the freaking punches that you have, and one of them eventually is going to land. Like I am very impressed with this guy's dedication to just fight.
I mean, the downside Spyro has is that everything is always at 11. Everything is always like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like, no, it isn't. And he was doing that all through motions hearings, where it was like, no, it's not actually the worst thing ever, sir. But then then it works out for him. So,
well, let's watch the hammer drop, because we brought Andrea in. We brought Andrea in right before the hammer drops. And the funny thing is, it's after the hammer drops that we get to, I guess, the 4th of July, just all of the fireworks, like the
circus.
The thing that no lawyer has ever seen in their entire life. I don't care how long you've been practicing law. If you tell me you've seen this, you are fucking lying to me. You are lying to me if you tell me you've seen this happen in court.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The rust.
I swear to God. Internet?
Evidence?
No.
Why not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
As
to why it was. Let me ask you, who made it?
These were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
Yes.
Okay.
She throws the prosecutor right under the bus.
The prosecutors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you all had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off.
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in the separate file.
Yes.
Well, that one right there was you all agreed. It was you all agreed. It was that part.
Here's the thing. I don't know that I necessarily believe Hancock. I think she's.
I don't believe her as far as I can throw her, but
it tanks the case in the worst way.
It's on the record now, Ian. It's a sworn statement from an officer. What do you do with it? It's on the record.
Well, I can tell you one of the things I do, which is fire the officer. Like, just get rid of the entire officer.
No, we don't do that in the States.
We don't do it here in Canada either, but like we should in situations like this.
So that colloquy leads to one of the most wild things I've ever seen in my entire life, which is basically this.
And just very, very brief follow-up on the first questions.
Hang on.
The defense requested both through you and the prosecutors to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's.
I don't, it doesn't matter to me when you
Nope.
call yourself,
Hang on.
but are you calling yourself as?
This part.
Oh, this part is insane.
Have any of you, Andrea, how long have you been practicing law?
18 years, 17 years.
And mostly as a criminal defense, or were you a prosecutor at one point, weren't you?
I have never been a prosecutor. I have only
Defense,
been a criminal. I've done other things, but yes, criminal defense in this world.
I
So
like
18
how
years-
she reacts to that, like you'd accused her of having been like,
I
you know,
did not.
I did not marry my
drug dealer
cousin or something.
yeah, exactly.
I get it. It's a fair game, and we can yell at each other all the time. 18 years, Ian. How long you been practicing?
Now I'm a little over 10.
All right, so I'm at 13, 14
Do
years.
some math on that.
I'm at 14 years. Have any of you in your
She's my
10, 11,
hearing
14, or
service
18 years
dog.
seen a prosecutor take the witness stand in a trial?
Personally or heard of?
Personally seen.
No.
Absolutely not.
I
Okay.
have had a case get killed because the prosecutor became a witness, and they were just like, "Nah, we're done."
Have any of you seen a prosecutor volunteer themselves to testify at a trial?
No, I'm aware of a case here in Alberta where it happened. It didn't work out well for the prosecutor either.
It seems to tend not to. I mean, the only example anybody that I have talked to came up with is Fannie Willis. Fannie Willis had a very similar self-immolation type of experience, deciding to volunteer herself as a witness. And yeah, in neither situation does it seem like that was really a good call.
No.
We had one here where a prosecutor volunteered themselves to basically say, "I did not do a misconduct," and the court's finding was basically, notwithstanding their testimony, yes, they did. That is not where you want to be. Like,
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
No, the prosecutors usually fight it. Like it came up in the Karen Reed case, right? They were trying to get Michael Morrissey and other people from the DA's office to testify because they had all these conversations with witnesses, and there's implications with the FBI investigation and so on and so forth. And no, prosecutors fight that. They fight going on the stand. That is the normal approach to take.
And usually the usual thing you will see here is, like, if the judge says, "Oh no, we need to hear from the prosecutor, it is appropriate for them to testify," they'll stand up and say, "Stay of proceedings," and that just kills the file. Like, it's over, it's dead. They're not going to do it. It's insane.
Well, and here's a good point from Karina. Hi, Rob and Runkle and Andrea. What do you guys think about the lawyer testimony? Why did she even go there? Because she volunteered as tribute. She had a chance not to, but she did it anyways. And let's get to that, because that's where we are. Oh,
I think that what you see here
is painful to watch.
I think what you're seeing here is Morrissey knew before any of these witnesses were called. She knew the case was over. She knew it. She tells the court as much. She's like, "I just think that it's important."
Did she know
for the
yesterday?
people.
Did she know yesterday at the end of the day?
I don't think she knew yesterday. I think she knew today.
Mm-hmm.
And she tells the court, "I think it's important that the public see this." When she tells the court that, I was like, "Oh, it's over." Because she's already telling the court, like, the only reason I'm doing this is not because I think I'm going to win this argument. It's because I need to tell everyone why I'm losing.
Mm.
And so she knows it's over. And what does she do? She calls up Popple and Hancock and lets them get slaughtered. And I think she knew they were getting slaughtered.
You know what? Popple and
And-
Hancock, I'm not going to make any. They deserved to get annihilated.
Oh, absolutely.
yeah.
And I think that was the purpose that Morrissey was after. Or I think she was like, these two need to go down. And then Hancock is like, well, if I go down, you're going down
We're
with
all
me.
going down. Yes.
And then
this
she
is
gets
what
up
I
on the
saw.
stand to be like, no, those two need to go down, but I didn't know. I wasn't in the loop on this. That's what I think we're seeing here.
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
it's
what I saw, Ian. I saw the
Yeah.
race to throw each other under the bus. That they saw the train coming, and each one was scrambling to do what they could to make sure the world thought it was not their fault. Carrie Morrissey made the decision that she had to defend herself because she got outpositioned by the lead investigator, right? The lead investigator
Yep.
got her involved in it, and now Morrissey has been so reactive to all of this, the personal nudging since day one. She just can't stay away from it. They accuse her of being unethical. She freaks out. She cannot just let it roll off of her.
Spyro's the same way. Spyro's the same way. They are both reactive. They are the most emotionally like charged. And I made the comment earlier, like I would hate to try a case against a Carrie Morrissey. But
Here's the thing.
if I was on trial, I would want Carrie Morrissey to try a case for me.
I think that if Morrissey thought she had actually behaved unethically, what we would have seen today would have been very short. It would
I
have just
agree.
been they come back from the break and Morrissey says, on review, the defense application has merit, and we invite the court to grant it and to grant the dismissal. And the court would have. Like, if the prosecution says, we think this case should go away, that's the end of it, right? They're not going to, and we wouldn't have seen this whole inquiry. I think Morrissey, like, wanted to make sure, I think she wanted to burn Hancock and Popple, and I think it's because she's a defense lawyer. I think she was like,
yeah,
fuck them. I think that was the defense lawyer in her saying, these two did some fuckery, and they need to, like, it needs to burn them. Like, this needs to go on their Brady list.
Ian, and now I start to wonder too, like, I honestly, like, has she told them that? Has she told them how bad, like, that did she come in and like berate them about how badly they messed up the case? Because now we've heard about the kinds of things she said about Alec Baldwin, and she's not necessarily reserved. I gotta tell you, I have a different perspective now. When the very first police officer was on the scene, was on the stand, trying to remember his name now, LaFleur was on the stand, and I remember I criticized him a lot because he seemed so inept as a witness. He could not come up with words. He had absolutely no connection with this person who is supposed to be leading and pacing him, right? And the more I think about this, and the more I just reflect on his testimony, honestly, I get the sense that this is like a whipped dog response. You're just you don't know what to offer this person because she has just blamed you. Whatever you have done is wrong. There's no way to please her. You didn't do anything right. They knew she was going to throw them under the bus, and so there is this very just not. They were not in alignment at any point during the course of that questioning.
And she goes after them. That was probably the most aggressive I have ever seen a prosecutor go after a state's witness.
Yeah.
Wanted to share this briefly. This is happening in real time. This is AdaKay's channel. AdaKay, who was probably on a time delay because we're talking right now. If you can just wave. We're doing a bunch of Inception right now.
You're asking the interpreter to wave.
I am. And she will. All right. that I don't have a chance to promote a lot, but that was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Was someone who said, "Hey, can I post your stream and just restream, but can I do sign language to it?" It's like, absolutely, you can absolutely do that. That's 100% allowed, encouraged, all the above. But shall we get to Morrissey? Everyone take a deep. All the lawyers take a deep breath.
Yeah, because we're gonna watch a major amygdala hijack in action
Just-
right in front
just-
of our eyes here. So
Oh, and you're gonna see her do it
if you have a
against
little
the.
empathy for other
Just-
people and their processes, you might want to take a deep breath and separate from this one.
Also, there's just these little warnings. Like the judge is like, you don't have to do. And I actually think that. I actually think that Spyro feels bad because he's like, I don't need Morrissey. Like, I really don't. I think he's just saying, like, take the loss, right? Don't blow up your career.
No, Ian, you are lying. You are lying through your teeth because he saw the moment and he jumped. We will watch it.
Rob, come on, watch him say, I don't need her. He's like, he offers her the out.
No, he does, but when she takes it, he doesn't back down.
Oh, I mean, once she's up on the stand, then like she's volunteered, right? But
all right, demonetization
he gives her the out.
Demonetization incoming because this is about to happen. Woo-saw, deep breaths, calming energy in, negative energy out. Ready?
We're back on the record.
Report indicated that you wanted me under oath, and I'm happy to do that. Where would you like me?
Well, okay, so just to be clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spyro to call you as a witness?
It doesn't matter to me. How do you want to do it?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened and the court knows what happened. I don't think that we need anything further.
That's the out Ian was saying, but Morrissey's like, nah.
She couldn't take it coming from him. She couldn't take it from him. As soon as he offered it, she had to be oppositional, dig in, and insist that she's gonna do it.
But the thing is, he makes this face when she decides to do it, and he's just like, the face is basically just like, why are you making me kill you?
No, it's
right?
not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, it absolutely is. Watch the
come on.
face.
I feel like he did his best to try to do her a solid here as a professional, as a colleague.
Before he said
really
the
tried.
C word out loud.
I mean, that wasn't. Yeah, I mean, once she's up there, he's got to cross her, right? That's fair.
Absolutely. Yeah.
But I think he
That's
absolutely was like,
client.
take the out. Like, you know, this is gonna be awful. Take the out. You know,
he did.
Morrissey is just like, I'll do this my way. You know what? There's an appreciation that I have that I cannot really express in words for a lawyer that is, I mean, that much in the paint. Like at that point, you are just, you're there.
Yeah.
Like you are swinging, you are in the fray. You're either going out by knockout or just dead on the canvas. Like that's where she is. She's like, you're gonna knock me out, or I'm gonna die on this trial court. Like I'm gonna die here.
and I mean, he's like, okay, if that's what you want. But I think he's like, you don't need to do this. Like, we all know this case is over.
But Andrea, the boxer, hang on, let me ask you a great question. Are there ever times when you have seen a match where a boxer walks back after the break in a round and comes back for the next round and you can see your opponent is clearly not in it. And they have given, and I can actually think of examples like of live real-time boxing matches that are very significant, where the opponent comes back out and they're clearly not in it. And you see the boxer who's in the match is going, don't do this. Do not
Oh,
make
we
me
just
punch you.
Yeah, the one that jumps immediately to my mind was Lomachenko versus Kami, and he was so clearly not competitive with it. And Lomachenko is literally turning to Kami's corner and saying, "Stop it!" Like he has been
Stop it.
working this guy
Stop.
over. You should stop the fight, and they wouldn't stop the fight.
But the fighter just
Fighters want to fight. Fighters fight.
I mean,
this
I
is Morrissey.
I think back to a self-defense case I had where my guy, who was a skilled combatant, literally tells the guy, "Stay down, stop it." And that's when the guy who's on the ground pulls a knife and gets back up, and it didn't work out well for him. But like the whole time, he's just like, "You're not gonna win."
Did your guy have a thing that shot projectiles at a very fast rate?
No, my guy just had extensive
skills.
Okay. He taught like combative stuff for a long, long time, and was up against a guy who's
and
who thought he was like small town tough.
The thing is,
that's kind of the problem.
Morrissey is a prize fighter. That's probably the best way I can come to this conclusion, kind of having observed her through 2 trials. She's a prize fighter.
I mean, but she plays for stupid prizes, or she played for a stupid prize here today.
You are going to have to knock her out before she stops. And that goes back to my point that I made very early. Yeah.
This is play stupid games, win stupid
I don't
prizes.
know if she's a prize fighter, Rob, or if she's a can. I'm kind of thinking she just discovered she is the tomato can in this courtroom.
You've got to be kidding me. She ran over this judge and every defense attorney that came.
Right until she didn't.
Yep.
Oh, I mean, she had to have read the room and realized that.
Okay, so maybe
the judge was just tired of her.
It's the adjustment part. I don't know, man. There's a part of her that I watch in the litigator style that I'm like, this is an opponent I would very much hate to go against.
I would hate it just because it's so obnoxious. It's very obnoxious going against somebody who is so combative that you can't actually find common ground. Like, we recognize this is an adversarial system, but that doesn't mean that you have to fight on absolutely anything and everything. And so when you can't get reasonable compromises from your prosecutor, it's very hard to know what to do, because you just depend on that to be able to function smoothly in this process. So when you don't get that, it's very stressful. It's very difficult. I personally end up feeling like kind of guilty, like, kind of partly responsible for it, even though I don't feel like I'm the one being unreasonable. I have a duty to my client I have to fulfill. And if the prosecutor isn't being reasonable, that's outside of my control. But the judge doesn't necessarily know that. You always have this second guessing of like, could I have done something different? Is there some better way I should have handled it? I mean, it's stressful dealing with these very highly disagreeable types of prosecutors.
But
I'm reminded of a trial I had where the prosecutor was like, "I am definitely going to convict your client," and I was like, here in Canada, we're allowed to hold on to, like, if I have evidence, I don't have to provide it to the prosecution at all. I can just provide it when I call it. And so we get up to witness 1, and I completely humiliate their witness because I knew stuff that the prosecution didn't know, about this witness, and I was able to just flatten them. And then I went up to the prosecution. I'm like, so we're done, right? This is the trial, right? And they said no. And I'm like, okay, let me just lay this out for you. I have crushing information about your next 3 witnesses. And this was a prosecutor who'd overcommitted, and they're just like, okay.
Yeah, you get those.
And they wouldn't give up. And I was like, why do I have to keep doing this to you? The judge, by the end of it, was looking at the prosecutor going, you're calling another witness? Really? Like, sometimes you got to learn when you're beat.
Yeah.
Slovak girl. Hello, golden trio of LawTube. I pulled that up because that's a very, very lovely compliment to all 3 of us. Very thank you. I remain conflicted on Carrie Morrissey. I do. I think she's a dog.
I do too.
She's
Yeah,
a
I do too, Rob.
DAW. She's a DAWG litigator. Like, honestly, if I gave her like great facts, great evidence, great trial, holy shit! Like she has demonstrated she will pull, like, there's nothing like zealous advocacy. That is what she is.
I think it's a very good thing that she's a defense lawyer normally.
Yeah,
because I think that this is much better as a defense lawyer than a prosecutor.
Thank you for that clarification.
I think that's the whole issue here. I feel like that is maybe where she went a little bit astray, is that because she has a defense mindset, she may have thought, because a lot of this stuff with how they chose to investigate the sabotage theory and the choices that they made with respect to that and so forth, I feel like she may have come in and sort of felt like her job was now to defend the investigators. And that's not your role as a prosecutor. It's a good instinct to have as a defense attorney, but you're in a different position. It doesn't suit that role. And so if she's thinking, we'll just defend them, then you try, it's like she's trying to not volunteer the stuff that's bad, that, like, when you're a defense lawyer, you often do that. Like, you don't volunteer stuff you don't have to. You make the prosecutor do their job. If there's a bad fact, they got to figure it out. You just have to organize your defense around that so that I am still being honest and presenting the case with integrity. You don't have that same leverage, I guess, as a prosecutor, because you have the duty to disclose. It's not the same role.
Yep. So let's watch her put herself in the crosshairs. This was, oh God.
Also, did you like the moment where the defense counsel is like, can Ms. Morrissey be sequestered?
we're gonna go here, because she grabs her lap. Like, she is, at this point in time, she is all in. This is the path she has chosen. There is no alternate. She is, and you know what? I appreciate the fact that she made a decision and she stuck with it. I don't think it was the right call.
Yeah, I mean, that works a lot better when the decision was a good one.
This is what she went with.
So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now. Okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
This is the judge saying,
not only
get out of here. Don't.
So what the judge just said is that he opposing counsel, Baldwin's side, has, in furtherance of their motion, presented all of the evidence that they wish they need. They think they need. That's it. They are willing to rest. You can rely on argument. You do not have to present a case in chief. You don't have to do anything. Their motion stands on its own. Everything that you say, and going back to what I say a lot, I know Ian says sometimes, everything you say at this point forward can only hurt you. It cannot help you. Everything you say can only hurt you. It cannot help you.
Yep. I mean, she is just in a no-win situation, and she's choosing to lose harder.
But she wants to direct the loss. That's what she's doing. She's taking the loss. She's saying, direct it. Yeah.
She's like, I'm going to lose on my own terms, so I'm going to blow myself up.
That's what she is doing. This is what we are watching, the implosion / misdirection of enemy fire. Call it what you will. This is what we're watching in real time.
Be happy to. You know, I don't, it doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
The judge is like, stop it. Don't do it.
In this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
And I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me? Do you want me here at the podium?
No, on the
Okay,
witness.
sure.
She's like, no, on the stand. If you're going to be on the stand, you're on the stand. Oh my God, this is such a bad idea. Like when the judge is telling you,
no. Here is one point where I will agree with Morrissey, and one point where I think Summers maybe overstepped a little bit early. Because earlier in the day, the question gets brought up about whether Morrissey should testify, and Summers says, well, you're going to testify, which was a slip of the tongue by the judge that I think she would have taken back. Because Morrissey calls that out here. It's not the smart call out. It's a dumb thing to say. Don't shove the judges like the words they don't want to have read back. Don't shove those back. But Morrissey latched onto those. So we're here now. We should calmingly swoop. Calmingly swoop.
And for the people wondering why Stephen Baldwin has headphones, it's an assisted hearing device. He's hard of hearing, so they're that's just so that he can hear what's going on.
Calming swoop. We are calmed.
I'm insufficiently calmed.
Do you want another one? Is that better?
Probably helped.
Okay, good.
All right, Ms. Morrissey voluntarily calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so. Or Mr. Spiro asking her to.
That was so bad.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead.
During my investigation of this case and my review of
Oh my God. What's your discomfort level on a scale of 1 to 10? Because I'm like a 15. 15.
My discomfort level is something like I meant to put on underwear, but I accidentally found California Reaper peppers, and
I like this is every like child's like I rode the bike to school and I realized I got to school and I was naked.
This for me is the feeling of you're on like hour 6 of the road trip and you've already been like shifting in the seat so much to try to get like that perfect position, but like you've used all the good positions, right? There's none left. So you just can't do anything but to keep shifting. That's where I'm at right now.
Every lawyer. I will tell you this. I was in a client meeting when this happened, and my phone, when I tell you my phone did not stop vibrating from messages, Twitter alerts, emails, all of the above, alerting me to what was happening. And when I picked it up, it was just a big unanimous, what the fuck is happening? A prosecutor has taken the stand voluntarily of their own volition, and without
Yes,
a
but not
question
of
being
sound
asked,
mind.
without a question being asked, is now just diving in. Like she took the stand and was like,
Well, when
hey,
she's
you know what?
testifying, like who's gonna examine her? The
Well,
only other person who could have asked her questions has left the building,
And
having made the wise decision to retreat.
We're here now. Here we are.
Of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kinney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust. And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective
that's not your call to
Hancock
make.
had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then
Significant is
when I will
the
tell,
wrong
I
word
will
to
say, I
use
believe
there.
I actually saw a photo of it.
So there's a lot of things that we're hearing here that seem to strike a similar theme. And if I might be so bold as to say, it is the theme of in my assessment, or in my interpretation, or in my judgment. Ma'am, respectfully,
Defense gets to make an interpretation.
and that's
as well.
what I'm saying. This is you misplacing like your prior roles as defense counsel and your current role as prosecutor. Whereas prosecutor, you don't get to make that judgment. That's not your assessment. It comes
not
into
your
your
place.
possession. Yep, it comes into your possession and you deliver it over. Oh my God.
Rob, I can tell you right now, given the context of how all of this came up, how it came about, they knew there was it didn't smell right to them. And the timing wasn't good. And they knew this was potentially opening doors to just questions they didn't want to be asking.
I think they thought they were getting played by Thel Reed.
I think they may well have thought that, but I think the bottom line is they just decided they didn't want to have to deal with it.
They didn't want to. That's why it was a separate case number. It was just going to be this other thing. It was going
to be hard and annoying, and they were going to have to. They thought they were almost done with all of this. They didn't want to have to bother.
What? It's the media. It's the media coming in and wanting us to take a look at something else. It's all of the other stuff.
So if it could just disappear, that would be so much more convenient for their team. That's what this is about. It's about making it so they didn't want to work.
I think they thought that they were getting played by by Thel, and it was just like, we think this is bullshit, so we don't have to tender it. And that's the problem, is that's not how it works. And they should have run it down. Like they should have. It might have been, and that's the thing is, if you find out that Thel is trying to play you, which is what they were thought, I'm pretty sure that's what they thought, then isn't it helpful to try to run that down and try to run down the why? Because that might end up being super interesting to this trial.
You know what pisses me off, like more than anything, is I get the very firm impression that Seth Kenney was very much in their sights. Like, his testimony today was I thought, like, probably as disgusting as it was in the last trial. Like, I never seen someone who testified more self-servingly. I don't know. No immunity. I don't get it. I don't understand that part. Someone explain to me that part. Please explain to me that part.
I think they just didn't have enough to pin anything on him. And I think honestly they thought that the live ammo came via Hannah and Thel. That's my theory as to her theory.
Like bypassed him entirely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think that what they're figuring,
I can figure that. Like,
I think what they're figuring is that
they knew Seth would hate it because he said he would hate it. So they had a separate communication, like, because Seth told them before, no, don't fire live out of these guns. And Thel talked to his daughter and was like, yeah, you can fire live, and here's some ammo.
And the other thing is just they were hard up for film dummies. And they asked, like Seth was asked basically, and he provided his entire stock. He's got nothing more. And I could really see them going to and saying like, okay, we need more film dummies. You know what? We can just use some film dummies that I've got. And I mean, one of the things that, what I've heard from a number of people is that Thel is not at his best. That Thel was one of the greats, and that now he's really fallen apart. And the problem is he's got this armoring business that he wants to hand off to Hannah, and Hannah wasn't ready for it. But Thel can't do the job, or isn't as good at the job as he once was. And I'm wondering if it wasn't just like, okay, I'll provide some stuff, and it just didn't work out because not. And so, like, that's a possible source. I'm not saying that it is necessarily the source, but it's a possible theory, and it's a viable theory. The other theory is just Hannah on her own decides, you know what? I can make some dummies. I know how to do this. I've got a I've got a inertial puller.
Oh my god! Don't even say it. Really?
I mean, you could make a dummy that way. It's
No,
just,
I get it. It's just.
But it's possible, right? And I don't know what the prosecution's theory is, but these are things that might have been Morrissey's theory. And the problem is she can't prove it. But we do know that she really, really wanted Hannah to say where she got the ammo, because we know Hannah was offered a deal that right now looks pretty good. And that deal was, you have to say where the ammo came from.
So let's watch the end of this, and then we'll watch the judge's ruling, and then I want to give like final thoughts and then wrap this, because Baldwin we're putting it to bed. So final part is the cross, which is, well, what you would expect.
At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the round.
Yeah, hang on.
And that's all of you.
Side note, attorneys like both love and dread the moment. Well, that right there, that is a facial expression of what I would expect. Attorneys both love and dread the opportunity to cross-examine another attorney.
Yeah.
Like, you love the idea, but you're scared shitless. Like, you have no idea what you're doing. You think you do, and it's a battle of wits. And you're looking just kind of like Spyro is right there, going, oh, well, shit, here we are.
The thing is that I've cross-examined lawyers, and usually lawyers are smart enough to like, I've had to deal with situations where lawyers have screwed up, and then you are basically going, this is an ineffective assistance of counsel argument, and you've got usually it's not so bad, because most lawyers will just, they know that it's better to eat the ineffective assistance of counsel than it is to eat like a perjury or anything like that.
Yeah,
so
exactly. A candor to the tribunal.
Yep.
So I've just found them to be perfectly pleasant. It's like, so this person told you this information on this date, right? And they say, yes. And you failed to act on that, right? Yes. And you really ought to have acted on that, right? In hindsight, yes. They're usually really pleasant, like way more pleasant than, say, a cop on cross, typically.
What I see here in this guy, in this image that you have framed right here, I see the ad for Shark Week. Okay, I see a predator who smells blood in the water. That's what I see.
But
the thing is, I see him looking there going like, do I really have to do this?
I see a little, there's a little hesitation, because it's one of those things where Morrissey, the blood in the water thing is pretty good, because with Morrissey and Spyro.
Oh, they hate each other.
They
Mhm.
do. So if
Yes.
Morrissey were to like intentionally like drop a blood of her own blood in the water, just as a sucker, Spyro would. And here I see caution. I see him going, I need to be careful. Like I get that this is a chance, but I cannot forget that this is a predator who will turn on me and destroy me if I.
Rob, in the boxing ring, when is the fighter the most dangerous?
When they're
It's
boxing in
when
the
you've-
corner, when
when
you
you've
think you
stunned him
have them,
and he is in the corner and you almost have him done, that is when you're in the most danger and you have to be the most careful. That's what I see on him. He knows she's been chinned, but she's not dropped yet and he's got to put her down.
I see him a little bit like
fucking careful.
The thing is,
Holy shit,
he doesn't have to put her down, right? He could literally just at the end of it say no questions.
Well, that's
he's won this, right?
But that's the point that Andrea just made. You've got him. You've got him on points already. You don't need to knock him out. You have him.
I think he's just sitting there going like, "What do I do here?"
Rob, no. You never leave it up to the judge. You never leave it up to the judge.
Fine.
I think he's just sitting here going,
you know what? I will take my analogy back. But
I think he's just sitting here going, it's kind of sad that I have to do this. Like like it's like we've been fighting this whole time, but really, like you're gonna make me go this far?
Nope. For me, you are out. For me, you are totally disconnected. This is not sadness in any respect. This is me assessing.
The thing is,
I am walking into a tiger's den. I have to be careful, and I have a lot of rope. But
I've been watching him the entire trial,
like daggered.
I've been watching him the entire trial. When he's eager, like he does not have much of a poker face when he's excited about something.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
This is not his I'm getting ready to kill somebody. This is his what the hell is this? Like this is not I'm here to commit a murder.
Well, let's see. How does he do?
This is I've got to put Old Yeller down behind the barn.
This is duty calls. Yes, it is definitely duty calls.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just saying it's duty calls.
It's his job.
Yeah.
And you don't always love it, but you got to do what you got to do. I mean,
it's the rifle to Old Yeller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I got to put Old Yeller down behind the barn. I hate doing it, but it's got to be done. And you put me in this situation.
And I'm going to do it. And I'm not going to hesitate. And I'm going to do it cleanly.
Oh, I mean, he
and all of the hesitation that shows in the face before he tries to. Yep.
When he gets up there, he doesn't belabor it.
He does a good job.
The thing is, he doesn't do it out of spite because he could have spent a lot longer dunking on her.
Oh yeah, he could have.
Because the judge would have given him all afternoon, right? The judge would have been like, "Yep, this is your time." He just hammers her, hits the things he needs to hit, and then is like, "Okay, you've had enough," right? Yeah. Like, okay, we're good. I think this is a mercy killing, not a. This is not. That's my read.
Side note: I am reading the chat. No, a lot of this is not cutting each other off. It's just a lot of attorneys that have a lot of opinions, and some of them happen to have ADHD. So,
and we're all kind of excited.
We will talk over each other a lot, and there is not a type B personality on the panel. Andrea Burkhardt, Vocal, and myself will talk over each other all the time. If we have a point to make, trust me, one of us will cut the other one off. It's going to happen. It's the lawyer thing.
And we also just kind of build on each other because we're all excited about like this moment. And it's like, so we just kind of feed off each other and one thing plays into the next.
Yeah.
One
It's
day
all
we
part
need
of the
to.
vibe. All
One
part
day
of
we
the
need to all
vibe.
be. Yes. One day
No,
we need to all be in
exactly.
a bar somewhere, just like chatting.
and what you are now experiencing is this is why judges say one horse, one rider, because if you were to allow multiple riders, you would have this like cascading effect of like argument on top of argument that would never end. All right. So, Carrie, how are you gonna get yourself out of this? Let's see.
She's not.
Was if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh my God.
And watch Spyro get up.
Can I ask a few questions, Ryan?
This is not
When
him
you
being
took over
super
this
excited.
case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The power.
Side note, I know you guys don't believe body language. This is called anchoring.
Yes. Yes.
This is the two hands on the podium. This is not his usual practice. This is anchoring. And I don't care what people say. This is like 100% him like finding a foundation and like drawing himself back. So listen to how he approaches it. Like mission to ask a few questions. Anchor.
Paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad.
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that that was because he represented a labor union that's a national labor union, and he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today,
She did.
based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson Ms. Johnson didn't want my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
Ms. Johnson
On
has
July
called
1st, in
this out
matter,
as
you
wrong.
served a certificate of
Yeah.
compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time. I did not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the Sheriff's Department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Bell Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the Sheriff's Department, but you are right.
And you concede that they are Starline brass silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question.
Anytime
When the
you've got a
second
witness
Hague
doing
report
that,
came
that's not
in,
a good place.
And I provided all of this to the defense. I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there, that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was. And it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during the pretrial interview of Mr. Haig, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine. And that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Haig and failed to forward it on to be uploaded. And I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial cross-examined Mr. Haig about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in is because Hannah Gutierrez's
This is the part where this is the part where it's like Spyro gets a reminder of be careful. Like be careful. Because she in this part makes a good point. Yeah. So
I mean, the thing is there's nothing he can do wrong here. There is no way she's going to save this.
no, you're right. Under this situation, just want to like stick by the rule of like be careful.
Yeah.
Because
You don't know what she'll say right now to save herself.
She strikes back. Like she like comes out with a claw that I don't think he saw coming. And this was one that was like, if he, I don't know. In this setting, Ian, you might be right, but in other settings, this is one
In
where
other settings, but here I don't think there's anything she can say that's going to change things,
No.
unless she's like
No.
willing to like
Right.
wildly perjure herself, which I don't think is,
no, on that point, you're right. But I will say that this is the epitome of what Andrea was saying before. You put someone in a corner and they're going to lash out, and you have no idea what that's going to look like. And this is one of those things where in this setting, not significant, but in other settings, holy crap, it could be a game changer.
defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez,
Hang on, people are losing context. Let me go back to the question.
actually it didn't, and I'd like to address that you did not have it.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial cross-examined Mr. Haig about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that it didn't clue me in is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Haig at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Haig for 25 minutes. So
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to.
she's being very
The-
careful
the-
about how
the-
she answers.
You say
Yes.
that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relay it to the court, is that all you said in response was, great, do that? That's your testimony?
Yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of Rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us and it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided. And in addition to that, I had
Carrie.
no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
As I asked you about Mr. Haig yesterday when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false.
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these. I've never seen these. And I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning. Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appeared to be similar to Rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, you know, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court. My understanding.
Never. Here is a piece of advice for all lawyers. Okay, live your life such that you never have to say the words. It was not my intent to mislead the court.
Yes.
Did you notice that like Andrea and I both started like screaming at the same moment?
Yeah.
I never intended.
I'm going to hop
my
on
God.
and say real quick, I have to focus
Oh
on
my God.
interpreting, but I want to thank everyone for all of your support.
Do this. This is
your
self-care.
super chats,
Okay, do this
everything.
for
It means
yourself.
the world to me.
You know what?
Stay out of this position.
Wait, Andrea, I've got a great caveat to this. When it comes, here's the thing. Replace court with wives or husbands, spouses. It was never my
100%.
intention to. And I will tell you, you will never end up calling me as your divorce attorney because just don't do it. Just don't say it. It was never my intention to mislead. Oh my God. Oh, my heart. Oh, it hurts my chest. Okay. Glad that hurt you guys the same way it hurt me.
Of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of Rust.
The truth of this matter is you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know, that is absolutely untrue.
Oh, this is my favorite part. Ready? Everyone, if you are not paying attention, if you are somehow like just have tuned out from the stream, focus. Everyone focus. Everyone focus. I need your attention for the next like minute and a half. Because
what did you say?
Ian, you're exempt from any focus requirement. Because I'm not going to get you there anyways. Going on. Holiday.
I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not
Look at how that
Yep.
got his
Nope,
attention.
nope,
The first
nope,
thing
nope.
he's cared about, the first thing he's
We're-
cared about in this entire hearing was him being insulted.
We're gonna replay. Don't worry. We're gonna replay because that snap around was the fastest movement we have seen in trial.
You know, that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting.
Right now, he's like, she is powdering my ass. This is bullshit. I don't believe any of this. This is absolutely
Well,
nonsense.
I'm sure he gets lots of people who powder his ass.
Probably just totally just, oh my God, it's full of shit. There's nothing about this that I care about because I've heard it so many times, but then
That he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
On a swivel. His head is on a swivel at that. We broke Rob.
I will usually be very disparaging of like court TV when they focus on a certain party during the proceedings. But in this regard, this was the best reaction I've ever seen in my life. It was real time. Like, I don't care. What the fuck?
Oh, come on. You
No. It's the lead up. He is so calm.
Are you saying you wouldn't swivel with that?
is
Yes, I
absolutely
would.
Untrue. I actually
Come
really
on.
appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live.
But did you appreciate his cocksucking?
Nope. 0.75.
And I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do.
Also, I've been given permission to mention that the thing that I had to dash away for earlier involved explosives. So it was like
Ian, when Ian jumped off stream, by the way, do you want to share what you were doing?
So yeah, well, Rob messages me and he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I just need to like deal with like a literal explosive situation here. I'll be back once that is sorted." I got permission from the person to say, "Hey." So yeah, that was fun.
As in actual explosives. So Ian was like, I need a second to deal with actual explosives. My life isn't that cool.
Just
So,
you know,
Morrissey goes on, but we don't need to hear that. So the judge, wait, hang on. This part. Arguments.
Lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, I have fun.
50. All right.
it wasn't me dealing with the explosives. It was helping somebody else.
So dismissal with prejudice is a very extreme sanction.
And
So
so,
they
at this point, you
they
already know.
waived argument. Yes. You already know.
When she says that, you're like, "Oh, it's happening."
Andrea, when in the day did you know that dismissal was going to happen? Give me your percentages like as the day went on.
Oh, very like no chance, no chance. Even like going into this motion, it's just such an, such an extreme remedy. The moment where it switched on a dime for me was when they had the detective on the stand, and the detective says, and the judge asked, and was Morrissey in on those conversations
Yep.
about having the report, under the other case number. And when she said yes, that was it. I knew it. I knew it at that point. The judge was done.
The judge makes this little sort of flippant, kind of expression. And it was
she sat back and like just right back in her chair like that. Like she could not have physically signaled how done she was any more clearly.
Unless you gave her like semaphore flags or something.
Now, for me, it was earlier. For me, it was when she was examining the evidence. And the second that she said, are any of those like similar to what you collected on the set? And it said yes. I was like,
I think she was
shit, this is done. Like,
I think at that point she was still considering the alternative remedy.
There's no alternative. What's the alternative? That was
the alternative remedy
went.
That was suggested by the
my
defense.
Brain went nope, because here's the thing, jeopardy is attached.
Yeah,
but the defense did suggest an alternative remedy. Because in their brief, they suggested it.
The judge's mind is jeopardy has attached.
Yeah, but the alternative remedy wasn't a continuance. It wasn't a mistrial.
What was it?
It was an adverse inference instruction.
Yeah, exactly.
I think
so. You can't say no until you actually know what the alternative
she would have got.
I thought she was going because I had seen already that they had proposed that in the instructions. Like this morning, I was talking about that. Like, what on earth could that be about? And then this starts to come up, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, that's probably what this is about. That makes sense that this is what this is about. And yeah, it makes sense that they would have a good chance of getting this instruction under these kinds of circumstances. That's where I thought she was going to go.
So Morrissey was presented with that, like as a whole get out of jail free card. Because if I was Morrissey, I would have been like, give me that adverse.
I think Morrissey, once she knew what the issue was, didn't think the adverse inference was appropriate. I mean, I think Morrissey went into those, like she put those witnesses up to get killed. She was not saving her case. She was,
you know what?
Hancock, she wasn't saving her case. She was killing those cops, basically.
And Hancock and Popple.
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me with what we heard today? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, I think she just straight up was like, they're going down. And I mean, reasonable.
They knew the ship was sinking, and it just, nobody was going to try to save it at that point. They were just going to try to save themselves.
So, shall we see
the thing reading? Is, she didn't actually destroy her career because she's going to still...
Morrissey?
No, the super chat you've got up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
That cop's going to be fine.
Hancock. Yeah, Hancock will be fine.
She'll be fine.
Like every time somebody tells me like, oh, this cop's career is done, I'm like, oh, you have no idea what it takes to end a cop's career.
Yeah. The interview with the prosecutor, I'm gonna give that to like Ian, Andrea, other people that have the capacity to stream on a regular basis.
I'll probably stream it tomorrow and go over it tomorrow.
So let's watch the knife slowly plunged into this case.
And case law is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element, and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady
nobody's
violation,
appealing this.
The defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor. This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence that Mr. Teske gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence. This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence, and is potentially exculpatory to the defense. Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings, and that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state. Quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransience. The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld the supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent,
like, she's not
as well
watching
as
this as somebody
pursuant to
who's like
Hancock's
invested
testimony,
in the
Ms.
result. She knows
Morrissey
what's happening.
No.
was aware of the new
Yeah.
evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice. When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no way for the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated. State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court that they were compliant with all their discovery obligations.
Now, I initially
Despite
thought he
their
was laughing,
repeated
but
representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant.
that is not what is happening.
No.
Brady and Harper are satisfied. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has power, inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. Your motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you.
Now, let me pull this down. So, my thoughts. That's the proper outcome. It is the proper outcome.
100%. It's the just and proper outcome.
It is the just and proper outcome. It is. It's the right outcome. This is how the system is made and designed to act. And honestly, I hope it acts this way for every criminal defendant, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It does not act this way for everybody.
Nope.
No, I mean, if they didn't have one hell of a good team,
Yep.
like if this wasn't Baldwin, if this was some random dude who was charged with, charged with this, let's say it was Thel Reed who lives in a trailer.
Excusable conduct, blah blah blah. Like.
Yep.
What shocked me about this is where they always get you on the defenses is on the prejudice side, right? I mean, materiality is tough in and of itself, but prejudice is typically a stringent standard. Like you're talking about some kind of effect on the outcome, and I think he got a real advantage here that the New Mexico standard appears to be quite a bit more stringent than that.
Yes.
In my state, we do not have this special category for discovery rules. We
like
just
meaningful impact on a trial. Like that is that's everything. That's a low bar to cover.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would be in a position in my state of having to show like this could have affected the verdict. And that's where I think a lot of people who are not happy with this decision or who feel like, this isn't a just decision, which I understand. It's because it doesn't relate to the substance of whether he's guilty or not. They're not saying that, well, maybe we couldn't know, or maybe he couldn't deserve it or something like that. The judge came out and specifically said, this is about the integrity of the process. That's why we have to do it. This is the embodiment of that principle that it is better for the guilty person to go free than to jail one innocent. You have to uphold the integrity, because if we know they did it to Alec Baldwin, we must try to deter it so that they don't do it to somebody who isn't in a position to be able to defend themselves like this.
And you know that if they're doing it to Alec Baldwin, this isn't their first rodeo.
Yeah, I know. And here's the thing. It's not it's not just this. It's not something like as simple as this one thing of, well, let me put it this way. In Fairfax, we had a prosecutor or a cop who would falsify his records, like he falsified the reports, where he would be pulling somebody over, and he did this for 20 years without being caught. He waited us at a bar.
Police officer engaging in misconduct?
But he waited us at a bar, and he would 20 years and
hard to believe.
Hundreds of convictions. And he would wait us at a bar, and he would just tail them, pull them over, smell marijuana, falsify. And it wasn't until like 20th year when someone had the money to fight that. 20 years of people who didn't have the money to fight that conviction.
Yeah.
Do you
I had to file
like understand that concept. 20 years of one officer doing the same thing that was that egregious, that on year 20, because someone had the money to fight it.
Well,
found
and
out.
how do you prove the absence of a smell?
Yeah, exactly. You
Well,
smell
like,
it or you.
That's the problem, is how do you prove no smell? And
Mhm.
I had a client who had a similar thing where an officer smelled marijuana, he said, and then turned over the guy's car. And the officer said, oh, well, they must have smoked it all before I got to him. And my client had the wherewithal to go and get a drug test. And the fun thing about all of that is that marijuana stays in your system for like forever. It's like a really long time that it hangs out. And so when they were trying to say like, oh, he must have smoked it just recently, it's like, nope, that was a clean test. Like that never happened. It was good times. Most people don't think of that. So good on the client.
Yeah.
This case is the right call. It's the right
I
call.
agree. I mean,
it's not fun because I honestly here's the thing. Alec Baldwin's culpability, like his culpability, is not like diminished by this act. In my I think he speaking a lot, but not speaking a lot. So let me answer some questions. You guys are free to jump whenever you want.
I just noticed the logo for Andrea.
So I'm going to answer some super chats and go through some of this stuff beforehand. This was the right outcome. It really was. Honestly, this is the fair outcome. This is the one that we all actually hope occurs because justice was actually done. And you know what? Cheers to Judge Summers.
I give her tremendous points for having the courage
Yes.
to actually pull the
Oh
trigger on
my
that.
God. Judge Summers was like, no, we're not doing this. I'm not going forward. I'm sending the jury home. Bring him back Monday. I want a full hearing on this. Had the full hearing. And at the end of the day, did something that a lot of judges will just not have the courage to do. She read a ruling from the bench. Do y'all understand? Like, most judges are so afraid of appeals that they will take something under advisement until it's moot.
Yeah.
Like they will take something under, yes. They will say, I will take this under advisement until after the jury gives their verdict. And at that point in time, it's moot. It doesn't matter. They do it all the time. They're cowards. Judges.
The thing is, in this case, I think they made it pretty easy for the judge to grant it. Like it was very clear that they weren't actually opposed to it.
But Ian, we have to give a little bit of credit where it's due because a lot of cases similarly situated where a judge would be given that same set of facts, a lot of judges would have just cowered.
I mean, heck, there's judges that would have denied the motion even after Morrissey was like, yeah, go ahead and grant it. They would have been like, yeah, it's denied.
Yeah, it's very easy. The judge has so much discretion with their fact finding for the judge to be able to say, I don't think you would have used this for your defense. I don't think this had a realistic impact on your preparations because number one, you have at least some notice of it. It's not like this was completely and totally news to you. The defense never really established on the record. When did you find out with the rest of us today that there were those 3 shells in there with the Starline brass, casing and the nickel primer? Did you know that before? If they knew that before, then there was no impediment to their preparation. They sandbagged.
Oh, they absolutely knew it before.
And so, yeah, a judge who wanted to find against them could have easily relied on the, well, I think you're sandbagging angle.
Yeah.
It did not impair your defense.
Yep. And that's where I think the judge shined through. Like,
oh, the judge did like actual judging, and I appreciate the heck out of it. But
yeah.
But
She
I
made
also
the hard
appreciate
call.
that. I also appreciate that Morrissey was like, "Yeah, this is over. This is done. Let's get an evidence. Like, let's get this all out into the public." But like a lot of like Lally would have fought that to the bone. He would have been making submissions about why that
let's
shouldn't be granted.
let's kind of
And
like
he'd probably be
I'm
appealing
not
too.
I'm not going to put in no way, shape, or form am I ever going to put Morrissey and Lolly.
But it is worth thinking about the fact that there are
it is
lots.
It is,
there's lots of prosecutors like Lolly out there, and Lolly right now is saying, like in his filings, that it doesn't matter if the jury would have voted 12-0 to acquit.
Oh boy.
Okay,
because they didn't actually do it.
Don't get into that. Don't get into that. Because here's the thing. Lolly's right. Lolly's right. Karen Reed's team.
He's right.
Yeah, Lolly's right. Carrie's team is
He's
wrong.
right.
I mean, he's right, but it's
like,
unjust, right?
It is unjust.
Nope. It might be unjust, but it is not improper.
Yes,
Lolly
I
is
agree, Rob.
right.
I
Karen
agree.
Reed's team is wrong. Everything.
But
in
the thing
Karen
is
Reed's team's motion. Nope. I want to go on record. Everything in Karen Reed's team's motion is smoke and mirrors and bullshit. It is. It is not legally cognizable.
It's not cognizable evidence.
There's no remedy to be found based on it. There is no precedent for it. It is PR. It is PR.
But here's the thing.
Narrow exception. There's a tiny narrow exception, Rob. I don't know if they're going to be able to squeeze this through it, but there is a little exception in Massachusetts law for correction of a verdict. But it's only come out
no fucking way.
Under factual circumstances that don't look much like this, but yes, it is there. So
here's
I don't
the
know
thing.
if the defense knows
correction
this,
of a verdict, Andrea, you know better than I. Andrea, correction of verdict is like I made a typo on the form.
It's actually specifically what they mean is where it's come up is when they're going through and they're doing the poll, when they're doing the jury poll after they've taken the verdict, and one of the jurors pipes up, "No, this isn't it." And so under those circumstances, they have allowed that type of inquiry so that they can determine, was this the verdict or was this not the verdict? So it has happened. And there was also another situation where I'm trying to remember off the top of my head now exactly what the facts were. But it was basically, I think it was a situation where they had mistaken the charge. It wasn't like a straightforward Scrivener's error, like they filled out the wrong form or something like that. But they realized they had made a mistake in the reasoning. It was before the judge had formally entered the verdict.
Yeah.
But
so it's before formal entry, and when the jury realizes that the instructions like led them to something that they did not actually realize.
So I don't know that this is going to shoehorn into that, but it's the analogy they're going to work with. And it's not.
You know what?
You know
what's great is the chat hates me now because I have just given a legal opinion that is contrary to what their desired outcome is.
I know.
That's what the law is.
I've been saying that too, Rob. It's not easy to be the bearer of bad news, but that is often your responsibility as the lawyer. You're not here to just to blow smoke at people.
But here's the thing, though.
What the reality is, whether they like it or not, and it's there. Yes, you're right. Lally is on the stronger ground here, no question.
Morrissey was playing to lose, right? Morrissey today, like, she called those witnesses intending to lose. She knew she was losing. That's why she calls them.
Yep.
If Lolly had been there, he would have been playing to win today.
Yep.
He would have been trying to argue, and he would have called those he would have called that very, very differently, and he might have been able to fight them down to an instruction or exclusion of, any evidence to the effect that the ammunition, the source of the ammunition, right? He might have been able to fight that. Morrissey wasn't. She was in there saying the just result is that we lose here, and she was playing for that goal. Like, it was very clear that's where she was going today.
She put the choice on the judge. She said the just result is either you regard this as
immaterial.
Yeah. The judge was saying she was saying to the judge, you either agree with me that this was not relevant, or it's relevant and this is booted. But I'm putting this in your hands.
She made zero submissions about why
she didn't argue on remedy at all. I see the point that Rob is making, and Ian, I see the point you're making too, that she signposted from the very beginning when she walked in that room. She says, I want to make my record. She made it clear she's there to make a record. That's it. She already knows this is about the public and or the appellate court being able to see, what the basis was for the decision, because she already knew it was lost.
So a couple quick questions. Why dismiss with prejudice? Quick.
Because dismissal was obvious. There's no way to unfuck this particular whatever you want to put in this particular metaphor.
Yep. Plus jeopardy attached already.
Attached.
Yeah.
There's really no other remedy. Once jeopardy attaches, there's no other remedy.
If the jury had not been sworn, we would have been talking about a continuance. But the jury has been sworn, so that's no longer an option.
Or a just not even mistrial, just dismissal without prejudice. Yeah.
I mean, they're not doing a mistrial here where the allegation is basically on the prosecution, right? That's why mistrial. Whereas if they needed to cancel everything because, like, the courthouse caught fire or something like that. But I mean, that's the thing, is Lolly's got the good argument, but he could throw it in the interests of a just result. He's not going to do that.
Well,
Morrissey
that's
had
the
losing argument, and she's intentionally losing it, like, harder. So
that's the argument for Lally, is does he have a responsibility as a prosecutor, knowing that, or at least if we give credit to this information that they did in fact acquit her, does he have a duty then to not
recharge?
Not recharge. It's gray area, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Creed makes the question of remember when in the last hearing Ian was so impressed by Morrissey, as was I still am, by the way. How we're going to see kick-ass lawyering for both sides. We actually
did.
We did. We really did. We didn't know both sides were kicking Morrissey's ass.
Sometimes the best thing a lawyer can do is kill a case. Sometimes I actually have. So there's a term that some people hate, and the term is baby crown. And it refers to baby crown prosecutors, right? Like, and the thing is a lot of people hate it because it's kind of pejorative, but it refers to a very new prosecutor. And the thing is like, somebody asked me once, a prosecutor, they said, like, when do you stop being a baby crown? And I'm like, when you start having the courage to kill files. Because I can tell you, I've had files where I had a junior prosecutor who was on it, and the junior prosecutor said, I'm going to run this to the mat. I'm going to fight this. Because of a scheduling issue, that junior prosecutor got yeeted off it. And I got attached. I'm going to give his name. It was John Watson. John Watson normally was prosecuting murders, like just pure murders, and not just like minor murders. He was the guy that gives stuff to if it's making the news, right? He handled the serious stuff, but he gets this file, which is like a home invasion robbery. And he basically says, hey, and I send him my theory on it. And he's like, I'm going to look into this. I'm going to see if I agree with you. And then he's like, I'm killing this. He had the courage to kill a bad file, whereas the junior crown didn't. Sometimes the best thing you can do is to know when a file is dead. And Watson is one of those prosecutors who you're going to learn some things because he's going to take you to school.
It's fair.
So
Ian, this is a you question. Didn't Popple testify the bullets were dissimilar? I don't think
did
so.
Indeed, and then was forced to walk that back because it was straight up false. And
yeah, that was the direct hook to what made this material. Is at the absolute bare minimum. As soon as she said that, those bullets became impeachment evidence.
Well, and the second that the judge, which was the most badass move I've ever seen, takes the scissors and cuts the evidence bag open. And was like, no, we're gonna go down the well. Like, I'm gonna pour these out, and you're gonna grab the ones I'm looking at in my report, and you're gonna put them here.
I mean, this is the thing: is she lied, and she says, "Oh, I didn't recall." Bullshit, you didn't recall. Like, she just like it.
The whole ass conversation where she was on camera of, I'm very familiar with this case. I know this person, this person, this person. You don't recall this person coming into the station?
Anything after she didn't remember anything, and then you have her on that body cam and she can't wait to tell you how much she remembers about this case. That was a bad look.
Yeah. I mean, she had the brainworms, the Canton brainworms, where suddenly as soon as she's being crossed, her memory's full of holes.
This is the problem that I have with a lot of the system. These are the people. A lot of them are the same people that are taking in evidence in your cases, whether it's an accident or vehicle collision or anything else. They are the ones that are documenting the testimony by witnesses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And what you just heard was someone giving their, I guess, assessment on whether or not they should or needed to document witnesses and evidence coming into their possession. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
The other really fun thing on that is I commented when she got up on the stand, I'm like, she is really, really looking smug. And I don't like that smug look on a cop because it usually means that they think that they're going to pull one over on you. I was just like, I hope that she gets that smug look knocked off her face and holy crap, did she ever?
Christmas came early for you, Ian.
This is the thing is I like seeing bad cops get
yeah, I do too. It's deeply satisfying.
Read the chat. The interaction between Rob and Runkle are so funny. It's like they engage like brothers. So good. Yeah, no, we fight like brothers all the fucking time. Ian has vacay coming up because he was planning on this trial. He probably has work to catch up on too.
Well, the funny thing is that I had things worked out a little bit differently. I would have been in New Mexico because what ended up happening was that my meeting to you got to have a meeting with a person to get the I visa, which is for media.
Mm-hmm.
And they rescheduled me. And the thing is about getting rescheduled is that they've got an appointment like every 4 months. And so it's like, oh, okay, so it's a good thing my flights are refundable and my, so yeah, that was but for that, I would have had a full week of hotel in New Mexico and plane tickets for all of that. So I guess that kind of saved me because it would have been a whole chunk of change for 3 days. So I guess I just kind of owe a thank you for whichever border guy like got too busy and like double booked or whatever.
You know who really lucked out in all of this is James from court, because he just got there today.
Didn't he just
missed
land?
all the boring junk that we had to sit through all week, and he just got there right in time for prime time.
Was he in court for today?
Yeah, I think so.
That
wow
little asshole. Like I mean that with all the endearment of someone who has sat by him like in a line waiting in the court. That little asshole, James. Damn it.
Here's the thing though. We actually had a better view of that from outside
yeah, probably.
Because
That
we
might
actually
be
get
true,
to
yeah.
see he would have seen the back of people's heads. The reason to be in the courtroom is to see like what the jury's doing, and there wasn't a jury today, so everybody's a loser on this one.
I mean, not wrong. Okay, so I am going to do this.
I see somebody saying I think Alec Baldwin will help improve the industry now. How is he retiring?
I don't think so. He needs to find a hole, not talk about gun safety or anything gun related for a long time. Because here's the thing, regardless of this outcome, based on his interviews, his commentary, all of the above, there is culpability to be assigned, and he is in that category. So
I hope he feels like
he doesn't.
some responsibility and
Nope.
just I hope he feels the near miss. Like I hope he feels the like the whoosh of the blade like near his neck enough to be like
He
and
got
I hope what
a
he
chance here big time. He had his life flash before him. He saw it changing, and then he was suddenly relieved of that destiny.
Oh, Andrea. Spoken like
and
a
you know the other thing I really hope
defense lawyer, my God.
I hope that Hannah doesn't end up shaking the felony conviction, because she should never have guns again. And I say this as a gun guy, but like,
and Baldwin should never put his hand on a gun again, ever.
No, he shouldn't.
Hannah's got a dream, and I've heard this from like through the grapevine. Her dream is that she gets to be an armorer again. She still thinks that's on the table, and that is not on the table. They will not let her on a film set. I don't think they'll let her on a film set to be craft services. Like, she doesn't get to serve sandwiches. But
so this question came up twice. It came up at the beginning of the stream and the end. Why rat F the defense over this irrelevant evidence? It's not that. It is literally the administration of justice. It is the process. It is the fact that
this is asking why would the police?
What was the prosecutor's motive? What was their motivation to bury this? Yeah.
I genuinely believe Morrissey when she says she didn't know.
She didn't.
I think that the officers basically just decided that this didn't have to be a thing. And cut her out of the loop.
Yeah, I think
Morrissey
just didn't want to bother.
I think Morrissey was genuinely pissed off about what happened. I mean, I give Morrissey more credit than some people, but that's what I'm feeling on all of this.
Okay. Good to go. All right, so I have turned super chats off for the night. I am just reading the rest of them and then going to bed. We have been streaming for 4 hours and 32 minutes, and I have 90 to go through. So you guys are free to jump off at any time. Ian, you've been streaming all day, as have you, Andrea. So I'm just reading through stuff. I pulled questions before. If there's anything left, I can pull those. Up to you guys whether you want to stick around or jump off.
Rob, I really do appreciate it. We actually have a big sparring day tomorrow. We not only have our women's only class where we get all the new girls who like to try to come at me. That's a good time.
Is this filmed? Is this filmed? Can you film it?
I was just thinking that.
Watch? Like, I want to see Andrea beat the shit out of all these little kids coming in trying to fight her.
If anybody puts anything up, because I defer to other people on that stuff, got to be cool with people at the gym. But if I do anything like that, it goes up on my Instagram on the very rare occasion that I post stuff like this. So go find me on Instagram if you're interested in that kind of thing.
I will post Andrea's Instagram link in the video description. Don't worry, I'll post
but
that.
Rob, the fun part though is that we're also actually because beating up on newbies is no, that's not good watching. But we're also doing later in the day inter gym sparring. So we have different levels of sparring. It's like a chance for the beginners to come and mix with some of the more advanced people and get some good matchups and stuff like that. So that should hopefully actually be some little bit better boxing.
See, when you say it's not good watching, you assume that my intention is to watch like really skilled even matches. Sometimes it's just to watch somebody cocky.
That's what I want to watch. I want to watch some young buck like try to go up and like against Andrea, who's an experienced fighter, and be like, I can do this. And just,
It's fun because you can see him coming from a mile away, and I'm long, Rob. I'm 5'10". Like, I'm a long fighter. They have
5'10".
They have a long way to get to me.
So one of the fun things is I was watching a kendo tournament, and so there were good. The thing is about good, like, people who are really highly skilled at kendo is that the match actually looks kind of boring because it's about who controls the center. And so they'll be sitting there and they'll sort of tap at each other's, wooden sword until one person loses center. And then it's like the hit is just fast, right? It's really fast movement when you've got, there were 2 buys. And so when somebody's got a buy, they still have to fight a match, but it's against somebody who's way lesser so that they're not going to. And so one of them was a friend of mine, and they didn't tell the other person just how far below he was, because there's certain strikes you're not allowed to use on people who are below a certain skill level, specifically a lunge to the throat.
Oh no.
And so I watched my friend get launched by this like wooden sword, hitting him in the throat and like throwing him backwards, and I was like, okay, that was pretty funny.
No laughing. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing. I'm not laughing at all.
But the other fun one was a guy who was like 4 or 5 grades down. And he was all eager. He was all like, I'm going to win this. He's all super keen about how he's going to win this battle against. And I'm just going to the fattest kendo fighter you have ever seen. This guy was a big, big boy.
But the thing is hands sometimes
you don't get to that rank without being good.
Lacrosse goalies. I know lacrosse goalies who stopped 100-mile-an-hour shots who would attest to that. Yes.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this is a big guy. He's got a bigger target area than most. He's got to be real fast. And so it was just funny to watch this cocky guy sort of go up and then just like, there's this blur and it's done. And I'm like, and you're watching this guy like confused as to why he can't win, and I'm like, this is good watching. It's not because it's a good like a good matchup. It's just some cocky shit getting his ass handed to him. There's a certain joy to that.
There is. I can appreciate that.
But we're gonna let Andrea go. Andrea, thank you for joining us. Andrea Burkhart is the channel. Andrea, you are close to what, 70,000?
I'm
you are above that.
I think I
We
just
were
hit
getting you to-
83 today.
See,
That
the
is
thing
awesome.
the fact that you are not at 100,000 subscribers is criminal. So, Andrea Burkhardt, I will post her link in the description of the channel. I'm going to do that now. Please check her out. Oh my gosh, amazing commentary. I will tell you this. If Andrea decides to cover a case, I am scared to give commentary on the case because I do research. Andrea does trial prep research. Like full ass trial prep research.
Oh, Andrea
So-
goes beyond that. Andrea's like, hey, on page 7 of this filing in Koberger, they missed a comma. They, like, the level of detail and I've said this before. If I think something and Andrea thinks something else, I'm like, I am probably wrong. So
Well, you guys are too kind. I just have spent a lot of time in the trenches and I have learned very much about how just the fundamental part of the practice of law is making sure that you know what you're talking about. Just know your record, know the evidence, know the facts, and do the homework on the law. It's like it shouldn't be that high a bar, and yet strangely it ends up being that way out in the courts.
can I talk about the moment where Spyro failed at that?
Yes, please.
The day before with the what was his name? LaFleur, the guy who's terrified of his own shadow.
Yes.
And they're like, doesn't it say accident 3 times on this paper? And then Morrissey gets up and she's like, yeah, that's because they ran everyone's licenses and this is just their driving records. This is just showing that people had driving accidents.
Savage.
Yeah.
And then she dunks on him for like an hour. I was just like, you kind of had that coming, Spyro, because you were either trying to play a fast one and betting that Morrissey didn't know, or you fucked up. One of the two. And that was bad to watch. So
yeah.
All
right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and dip. Thank you so much for your hospitality. As always, appreciate you letting me come on in my less than ideal visual format. So,
Andrea, thank you for joining. I really appreciate it.
Thank you,
always
everybody.
a pleasure. Thank you.
Night. Okay, so I've got to catch up on Super Chats. I have 85 left. Do you want to stick around? You want to jump off? What do you want to do? You have been streaming all day long.
I was going to say, I will do you a kindness and let you get to bed because you are at like nearly 2 a.m. your time.
Yes.
I'm sure that I can make those 87 super chats take you to 3 a.m. by being here.
Please no.
But I will go and get some rest. And I see people saying stick around, Runkle. I will just cause trouble if I'm here.
You know what he's gonna, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna wait around. He's gonna wait around in the wings and watch. And if I say something stupid, he's gonna jump back in like he did last week or 2 weeks ago.
That was actually because people
I know
messaged me.
The chat
people are
will
asking,
summon you.
People are asking, did I water my hot sauce? Yes, I checked it. It's good. I've got 2 things of an experimental hot sauce fermenting. And so I have to make sure the water locks don't run dry. So that should be good in a few days, actually. I should be able to pull that out. And then I'm going to run it through the blender and hopefully it's going to be delicious. We will see. Fingers crossed. It is a very unusual hot sauce, such that I did a search and I couldn't find anyone else that made something like that. So, and somebody wants to know what was the deal with the explosives. So, somebody found explosives and was like, hey, and they've given me permission to say, we're not going to identify anybody, but they found explosives and they were like, I have two issues. How do I not blow myself up, and how do I not go to jail? And I was like, okay, let us. Are you touching the boom right now? Is sort of the thing. You know, like let us
let it
make
go.
sure that you're gonna not die, and
Mhm.
everything is going fine. So, but yeah, when there was somebody who's like, Runkle's not paying attention, I'm like, yeah, I was kind of getting some messages that were alarming. And then
chat, like I had his chat like here, and I knew what was going on. I was like, you should take care of it.
And then I was like, I gotta go for a bit. Like this is important. So yeah, I wasn't trying to blow anything off. I saw somebody in the chat is like, did we offend Runkle? It's like 0% offended, 100% trying to make sure nobody gets killed. So yeah. All right, I will let you go. Don't go boom. And keep me posted on sort of plans for later in the year. You know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Also, you're gonna have to cover some of the YSL stuff for me because I'm not gonna get to it tonight.
I am behind on YSL
or Ingress.
Or which?
Gingras.
Oh, Gingras, I'm definitely going to be looking at because
see that one. That's a Monday thing.
That I think is going to be Monday, and I can tell you, Gingras is the best at losing a winning argument that I've ever seen because he may take a winning argument and like, you know, curb stomp it to the ground.
Yep.
We'll talk about that because it is. That filing was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. Have merit, which
Daddy, look at me! I'm a new judge. Look at me be a strong judge.
You know, if I was appeals court, I might say before we assess the merit of this, we are fining counsel $2,000. I have only ever seen language like that in a filing once before. It's an Alberta case, and the Court of Appeal, who got the filing, told the accused in that, do you want to get a new lawyer? And the accused said, no, I don't, because he couldn't read the room. And then then at that point, the court said, okay, he wants to keep his lawyer. That is his right. And we are refusing this filing. We are rejecting the filing outright. And we are requiring a new filing from counsel with instructions on how not to screw it up. Now, the client later clued in that maybe he should like read between the lines and did fire the lawyer. I don't want to name the lawyer just to like, you know, avoid to protect the guilty party, but I read the filing. It was exceptionally bad. I guess if that guy ever really ticks me off, maybe I'll do a review on it, but I think he should have the opportunity to rebuild his career. So I don't want to just dunk on the guy, but yeah, it was bad. All right, I'm gonna head out. Good night, everybody.
I've got work to do. Okay, see you, buddy.
Bye.
Starting back at the beginning. Okay, so Tammy, can we have Mischief on stream sometime? Maybe. That's up to her, not me. Gwynethian. Failure to disclose the start of the stream to chat. This stream is dismissed with prejudice. I'm sorry. That hurts my feelings. Miss Christy B. Ian, your comment about the prosecutor needing to look for an ejection lever under the seat is one of the many reasons why I watch all trials with you. The commentary that Ian can give on the fly is some of the best. Opposite of amnesia. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times today. Probably. For one side, yes. Pampered Shelley. Ian, thanks for G2G. I had to replay work, listened on the way home. in time for Morrissey testifying. Keep up the good work. I'll be watching. Future snark. He's got plenty of it. I hope you enjoy. Gotcha, the Frankfurter. Ian and EDB did a good job today explaining why this was the right outcome. I hope we did the same good job this evening. Explain the same. Casey, Kat, Robin, Ian, none of us could have guessed one of the prosecutors and several team members would self-yeet mid-hearing. End of day yesterday, I thought defense might be in trouble, as did I. I explained that earlier. Yeah, it was a wild day. John Duncan, huge respect for Spyro. He could have gone so much harder on Morrissey, but chose not to out of respect for a fellow lawyer. I have a different interpretation on that. I think it was out of caution. Walked past all the media without doing a lap of honor. Oh, that was just smart. Don't talk while you're ahead. Petty honest throwaway. Before the hate starts, I loved Morrissey. I didn't hate her. She was on fire. She was fired during both trials. Spyro was good. I was entertained. I really am saddened by her conduct and feel horribly for her. It was painful to watch her fiery crash and burn. I'll agree with that assessment. Like almost all of it. Yes, I agree with that. Carrie Ann saw Bowles on court TV explaining the whole theory with spraying the bullets 1 month ago. How did none of the lawyers know, but I did? They did. They all did. Stephen Severin, how long do we have to wait for you guys to cover this in Trials of the Century? Asking for a friend. It'll be a minute. AG, did a messy divorce case reminded me of your work, Rob? I don't know where you get the patience. On the topic, I agree with Runkle. I think she messed up. It was a judgment call. She just made the wrong judgment. Petty honest throwaway. Don't attribute to malice what incompetency can explain. I think Morrissey was an incompetent manager of an investigative team and evidence as a lead prosecutor. I don't think it was malice. I think there were other issues in the bedrock of a lot of that. Mrs. Rob's Dan. These two remind me of a history professor during my degree. Everything was key. I had an argument with her. If everything was key, nothing was key. She never got my point. Fair. Mama's Bets. Have you seen Pixie's book? I have indeed seen Pixie's book. So Pixie is the crap goth. The crap goth is the mother to Captain Corey. And I will post the link to her channel and Captain Corey's in the description of the video because it's an anniversary of the passing of a very special young man. So it's been a bit. And, you know, time doesn't heal all wounds. It just makes it in the past. So I have seen Pixie's book. I will post that in. I will amend the description of the video to include that so people can go look at it for themselves. But yes. Matt Bond. Hello, spiffy, legal, mumbo, jumbo, talkie, sign translating chicks. ASL probably got that. Either Ada probably got that. Lady Drake, AdaKay just got monetized tonight. You guys monetized her tonight. That's amazing. Thank you. Does this mean from Webjorn that it's 100% over for Baldwin? Yes. Could they appeal? No. If so, any chance they will? Cannot be appealed. This is it. This is donezo. Nighthawk Studios still can't believe Morrissey's assistant prosecutor resigned during the hearing. It's so wild. Is that a normal or normal factor? No, it is not normal. That does not usually happen. Canonical Heat gifting 16 memberships. Thank you, Canonical Heat. Leia, the empty nester, has been bugging me all day. Clearly, defense had info before trial. Why didn't they address it before? We talked about that earlier. Timing is everything. It would have saved so much time, money, and heartache. Also, if you let jeopardy attach, it makes it more likely that your motion will result in a dismissal rather than just a retrial. Did they just want to humiliate Morrissey? No, they wanted the dismissal. So they wanted. Bailey, what's going to happen to Carrie Morrissey after this? Probably nothing. Laura Leanne, what's the chance of HDR verdict tossed and how soon? Not tossed. I don't think it's going to get tossed. I think it's fine. I think the verdict is not affected by this, to be honest. Answer the chat. In my state, Utah, there's no hearing for Brady. DA independently determines it. There's not even legal requirements he has to meet. That's interesting. I reach out, my friend. I'd be curious to talk about that. Captain Porter, why does the ammo matter? AB had a gun, didn't check it, pointed and went off. Of course, he had booger picker on the bang level. Why is it even in scope? Because it's impeachment evidence. I know. This is where I come down on the fundamental fairness issue and the challenge that I have with this case. I think culpability wise, Alec Baldwin's conduct, independently of anything about how the munition got on set, take all the ammo out of the equation. I think his conduct was a reckless disregard for human life. And that's me. But the defense has the right, the absolute right to probe both the validity of my theory on how the discharge of the weapon happened and to determine whether there's anything that's valid for impeachment purposes. For example, a shoddy investigation. So that's and the withholding of that is what resulted in this mistrial or this dismissal. Mary Freeman, question: can Brady the List follow you to a new state? Yes, they do. Papa goes back to Florida. Well, yes, it will follow her. Olga, Evidence Hall. If you know, you know. Runkle tagged you in a popular super chat I posted from EDB stream on Twitter. Interesting. See, Marie, have you either of you ever seen Nothing But Trouble, the movie with Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, Demi, and John Candy? Yes. Boss. The judge reminds me of the lady cop, Dutch Boss. Yes. I like Judge Summers. Apple Silver. Ian, Rob, would you guys make the same decision Erlinda Johnson made? Why or why not? I would need to know more about what was known at that time. I don't know whether I do. What I would do on the spot. Oh. Sarah Gruber. How often do you see Judge put on the gloves? Never. Thomas T. Can you imagine this judge with Lolly and Proctor? Annihilated. Timothy Torrigan. Can you explain what just happened? Like I'm 5. I don't understand at all. Okay. So prosecution had an obligation to turn over evidence. They did not. The trial began. Evidence got disclosed during trial. The judge determined that because that evidence was not disclosed prior to trial, and the fact that it would have had an impact on the trial, meant it was so unfair to Baldwin that the charge had to be dismissed. That's the quick recap. Becky, at what point did Morrissey know the consequences of her actions? She sounded very self-righteous when she was testifying. Ian spoke to that quite emphatically. Tiffany Zabranik, Special Prosecutor Johnson was just on News Nation with Cuomo. Denied she resigned because of public motion, but because the state wouldn't agree to dismiss. I'll take a look. Boppet, was this someone playing behind the panini? I don't know. Man, Bear Pig, can I send a carrier pigeon to your ISP to help? Please do. Luna Dewdrops, hey, Runkle, did you water your hot sauce? He testified that he did. Rather, he said he did. Tina Fiducci, what convinced me was when both Popple and Hancock said Morrissey knew and agreed to put ammo under a different number. Yeah, that didn't come off.
Okay, guys. I love y'all. It is now 1:00. Cancel that. Uh, Why can't I turn where's the at? Okay, it is now 1 in the morning. I love all of you. This was an awesome experience. I hope to do more of this. I'm going to try not to get emotional. I saw all your super chats. It was just, I couldn't stop to comment back. I love all of you so much. Please come back and join me. I have to work in the morning, so I'll be back here at 8 in the morning. But I don't know what our channel is at subscriber level. All my mods are probably asleep. 1,860 something. So 1,800. Oh my gosh, Rana, you're still here? Oh my gosh. You stayed with me. You poor baby. Oh my God, 88 Jelly Bean Leonard. Oh, thank you so much, Hazelnut Prezzo. I am so happy to do this. It was just a surprise happening. I know we grew by 300. That is awesome. We're so close to 2K. That would be amazing. Ronnie, you were a special person. No, I have to quit and go to bed. I have to come back and work tomorrow. My son has a business and I have an office in his business, and I work both jobs. I do lives all the day and help him at the same time. And then, so tomorrow is Saturday and we're open. So I'm working here from 8 to 4. So I got to go home and sleep. And my hands are very tired, but my back is starting to hurt. People were questioning about my hands being tired. No, it's the back. It's, yeah. So, everyone, thank you so much. I bless you. I pray that you rest well. I'll see you tomorrow night. We have our Saturday Who's Spilling the Tea. So, I don't know if I'm going to have a guest or not. I'm going to try to. We'll see. But we're going to be having a lot of catch up. So, see y'all. Please come back tomorrow night. Please. Please. I'm kidding. Y'all, you're amazing. It's too late to rock it out of here. So I'm just going to do a little. Oh, sorry. This zone in music. Try and get myself in the relaxed zone. So thank you so very much. I will see all of y'all tomorrow.